Hey everybody, welcome to TNT Tabletop. I'm Tony. Cosmic, welcome to the stream. Glad you can make it. So there's quite a bit that happened since yesterday. I added a bunch of new things. If you might have noticed down here, I actually forgot to fix that, but or at least have it not here while on the screen. But I added grit to the nameplate so that this way I couldn't find. I tried to make player plates that would actually have every bit of information in it, like the ability scores, like agility, strength, all that. I tried to do that, but they took up it took up more space, and it just got a lot bigger. And I was like, this looks beautiful as it is. I'm gonna keep it as it is. And so I just went ahead and at that point, I just went ahead and basically put grit here on the side of the name as an additional variable added to that text layer. I'm going to do the same thing with movement. I'm going to add movement to where you'd see levels and XP. I'm going to add movement there as well. I'm going to probably shift some things a little bit and put movement inside that same spot. So this way, y'all can see what's going on. I'm not just constantly, I want you all to see how much grit the characters have throughout the game. They're like fate points and stuff, and I figured that's something that y'all might want to see. Same thing with movement, because it's always changing. As we saw what happened to Isamu, he mutated into stone skin, and now he's got -2 on his movement, so he went from a 5 to a 3. And I want to add that to the stream. Every time we run into little things that are changing stuff, looking good. Thank you, Cosmic. I appreciate it. Like I said, I'm trying my best to build this so that you all feel like you're involved. And when I do open it up, it's ready for everybody to come in and actually play the game. The next step after this, actually, I got 2 more steps. So you'll notice I added tokens. Right now, I built them as just for wounds for monsters, but as soon as I finished putting them in there, as soon as I finished programming it, I was like, oh my god, I could use these as wounds token. I can use these as tokens for everything. Because that was one of my biggest problems, was that I had to run over here, look for tokens, put them and look for poison tokens, bleeding tokens, scavenge tokens, and I'm like, I built 15 of them, and I'm like, I can use these as regular tokens. I can just go into the programming and have it switch out the icon behind the number. So I'm like, as soon as I built that, I'm like, well, there's another thing I want to change and add, which would definitely benefit everybody, because I can use that for 2 things. One, for wounds markers. The next thing, like I said, poison and all that. But I also was like, well, I'm still trying to solve the problem with targeting. So I might double the amount of markers that are in the game, so that this way I can actually have targeting markers. So I can be like, monster 1 is going after this character, that kind of stuff. Still got a problem solving that, but you will see there's 15 wounds markers right now on the stream, and I'll be using them for sure. But the next step before I go that route, because I really want to add this. Matt Arts, what's up, man? Doing good, bro. Just kind of getting into the intro, just describing what I'm adding and where I'm going. So, which reminds me, I should do that. Give me 1 second here. One of these days, I'm gonna get that. I know how to do it, and I got another way of doing it. I want to add shoutouts, and I do have them built in here. It's just I kind of want it to be automated, but it's not working. And I think it's Twitch. It's Advanced Scene Switcher trying to grab information from Twitch, bringing it into here, and then parsing it. I think it's having a difficult time doing that. So I'm like, at this point on, it takes me 2 seconds to copy and paste a name from the chat and then just put it in here, and then the animation comes up with your name in it. So I think I might just do that from here on out. unless I can somehow find a way to parse the information, which, like I said, it's not working right now. So, but I have another way to do that. I might have another way to do that. But anyway, so the next big thing after the wounds tokens, and I'll give you a little demonstration in a bit, but I'm really proud of how the grit stuff works. It's the same as all the other ones. It's just now you're gonna just see it update inside the nameplate. So if Enrique, let's say Enrique, I need to click in the screen here. So let's say Enrique gained another grit. I just simply click on the icon on the stream deck, add one, boom. Oh, he gained a grit. Just like removing grit, -1. This way, I I'm not constantly going, how much grit do I have? And race, move, check. It's like I can just go here and do what I've been normally doing with everything else. After the last stream of playing around with nothing but these bars, I love them. I want to keep them. And on top of that, the best part about them is that their information stored on JSON. And it's like, I can leave the game, come back, and boom, there's the information. Awesome. Awesome. I love it. So the next big thing I want to do is I want to add these to the stream. Since we've already got the health and everything here, I kind of want to just have it display the base information, which is like combat, melee, range, attack to hit, and then I want to add basically the ability scores. Everything else is pretty much on there, including I do not have it, so I'll have to add the defense and willpower saves as well. But everything else you see on here is pretty much already in this. But I will have like little sections stored for like the pistol and gear and stuff. And the beauty about it is that I can zoom in on it using, as I showed you yesterday, I have a little button. I just have to find a way to move it around on the screen and what's a good spot for it to be positioned. What layer in OBS it should be in, should it overlap certain things. It's a lot of debugging after building it and setting it up, but as long as I get these done, and I want to make them editable so that I can have a second screen over here, I can just come over, make changes, like we found a new gun that we want to put on a character, we come over here, switch out the gun information, done. But I figured, oh yeah, and I want to put the mutations and everything. Basically, it's like the cheat sheet in the note section for the characters. But I also, again, another thing I need to do is I do need to add a ongoing event note card. Because when things happen in a town stay, when we get a random card, other than the cards that are actually being pulled from the stream, I actually want a little note that, because during the travel hazards, we tend to get stuff that carries over to the adventure, and by the time we get to the adventure from the town stay, I forget about them. So I'm like, if I can create a little note card that I can patch that information to, and I can just have it flop into on screen to remind us what's going on, that'd be awesome. But anyway, back to it. So we left the last stream. We go ahead and get out of this. And I'm going to have to change that. I haven't fixed that yet. But I need to summon a portal card. We're going back to the frontier town, so I might as well just pull up the mines, and then I'll go ahead and bring us back to town. There we go. And we'll reset it. It's not changing over to the town stay. That's weird. Okay, that worked. The mines isn't. That's strange. What about canyons? Okay, well, something's wrong. But that's okay. Something I can probably fix later. Found another bug. But anyway, so when we ended yesterday, the party was finishing up the Spanish Fort adventure. basically just going from room to room. They ended up finding a group of drones, taking them on. They were pretty frightening, but Montana cleaned up like 2 of them rather quickly. Um, and then, yeah, we ended up going through the drones rather a lot quicker than I thought we were going to. And then we fought the final boss, and it was what, three slugs and 3 Tredaran soldiers or raiders. And the raiders were quick work. They did some decent damage, but it was the slugs, man. We end up getting a like some type of dark. We got a darkness card that was adding to their combat and their health, and they were doing like what 3 attacks per turn, doing 6 damage. I mean, they dropped Murphy like that. So when we get back to town, we need to fix Murphy's injury because that's a real problem. And as much as I love Samu's stone skin for that armor save, I mean, I got some time to think about it, but dropping him to a 3 movement, oh my god, that's horrible. I might have to find him clothing or something to increase his movement speed to at least a 4. If I can get him to a 4, I'll be fine with him having the stone skin. 18 in 1 shot. Yeah, you're right, Cosmic. That destroyed, because what, he had like 17 health or something like that. They had just enough to basically drop him quick. Yeah, that's right, because he took the wounds from he took wounds from something before the end of the turn. I think it was like another growing dread card or something. I don't remember. All I remember was that it was just damage on damage, and then he seemed all right until they dropped that 1 attack on him. Those attacks on him, and wow, 18 damage. All 3 hit, and then all 3 got through his defense, and that dropped him. Yeah, Murphy did not have a good time that fight. And I had him basically laying out for the remainder of the fight. So we'll use this theme for now. This is actually the feudal village, but we're actually on our way to a frontier town. I do have the cards already here. Let me go ahead and pull them up. Whoops. Okay, actually I do need the book. There we go. So, per usual, what we need to do first... I cannot wait to actually add these to the stream. That's another thing I need to add, are these cards. Let's see. Frontier Town. Sorry, I got them all up in a PDF right now. Okay, so new travel rules, per usual. It's we're determining what size town we're going to. So there's a small, medium, and large town. On a roll of a D8. Get this up and running here. Sorry, I switched over to my iPad again. My God. Apparently doesn't want to open DD dice. There we go. I am missing dice on here. Give me 1 second to fix this. Shadows of Brimstone. There we go. So, first we have to do is roll a D8 to determine where exactly we are going. No worries, man. Take your time. Thank you, Maddox. Appreciate it. So, we roll a D8 on a 1, 2, or 3. Like, man, I cannot wait to add these. I want you all to see these cards as we're rolling and doing all this stuff. So, on a 1, 2, or 3, we're getting a small town. On a 3, 4, 5, and 6, we're getting a medium-sized town. On a 7 and 8, we're getting a large town. Now, of course, this is just a house rule that I do. I like the randomness. In the game, you choose where you want to go. I like the randomness. It just adds more to it. Ooh, we're going to a large town. That's bad for travel hazards. Um, so we did complete the mission last time, so we don't have to worry about any of those places being destroyed. But we are going to a large town, and therefore we are getting... We're getting one travel hazard straight from every character, and we have to roll to see if we add an additional one. And if I remember correctly, I think it's on a 2 or a 1 or a 2 or 1 through 3. Let me take a look here. On a 1, 2, or 3, they add an additional travel hazard on top of that. What was the audio problem you had last time? Apparently, restarting the machine fixed everything. So I'm guessing that I had the Mac on sleep, and I've never turned her off and let her rest. I've let her on sleep mode and all that for a solid week, and I'm thinking that that probably played. I honestly don't know what happened. All I know is that it's OBS that was having issues because everything else was running fine. I was listening to the audio directly through Caster. I was listening through other applications. It was recording just fine, but in OBS for some reason it was having issues. But restarting the machine worked, fixed the whole thing. So for me, that was going to be a last resort because I was like, there's got to be some logical explanation as to why this isn't working. I was like, it's got to be Caster, or it's got to be maybe my my box. So I restarted the audio interface, and restarting OBS kind of worked. It started off with crackly noises, and then it would just go right back to that, the echo and all those horrible things. And then Cosmic told me, basically said, have you tried restarting? And I'm like, yeah, I it's like definitely the next thing I gotta do, because at this point we're out of we're out of we're out of options. And it worked. Yeah, I'm just like, why is this? I don't think this thing's closing all the way. So yeah, it's just electronics, man. Technology. So we rolled the large. We now have to roll for each character to see if we add an additional. I was just quoting the IT crowd. Oh god. And that's typically what it is. Restart usually fixes everything. The beautiful thing is I cannot wait to get rid of these tokens. I cleared out this table and I'm like, wow, I don't need the bleeding markers anymore. I don't need these markers anymore. I'm like, once I add more tokens, once I change those tokens over to universal, like I do with the cards, I can't wait. That's going to make everything... I'm going to have a clear table minus models. But I do need to add these guys, the exploration tokens. I'm always telling myself, add them. So let's start with Enrique. On a 1 through 3, he's going to add to the... okay, so we're good there, to the travel hazards. So we've only got 4 so far. We've got 5. You know, I should have rolled them all at once. So we're still at 5, and then finally we have... yeah, Murphy added another one. So we got 6 travel hazards total. Hopefully we run into somebody who can help us get out of some of these, because some of them are pretty nasty. Oh, okay. So let's begin with the travel hazards. There is actually a way to skip some of this, and I think, considering how much money I have now... Oh, we got so much cash. And we still have all that dark stone to sell. I'm buying a wagon or a horse. That's going to help us get rid of some of these things. If we can find a blacksmith. The blacksmith sells them. Maybe the frontier outpost too. And hopefully this town... It's a large town, so our chances of having that is pretty high. There is actually a set of tokens I'm going to need to have. And again, that's something I'm planning on adding to the stream. I want to add the town overlays to the stream with the markers for each building. So this way I don't have to, again, pull out markers. But that's way down the road. There's another part of me who likes it because I can actually put the models on the thing. I guess I'll keep it the way it is. So this way you actually see where they're going. So we'll start with the first one. You know what? I'm going to get a die out. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to get a dice. I'm gonna get some dice so that this way I can keep track of where we are on the travel hazards. Oh, there we go. We got 6, right? So yeah, I've got a custom set of dice that came in. I got to go pick them up, but they have the logo, the TNT tabletop logo on them. They're uh, cat's eye, gemstone, and as much as I love rolling on this, there's some moments I'm like, I just love the feel of actually rolling a die, you know. So I'll put this here. Well, I don't know if y'all can read it. Not exactly the best contrast, but anyway, that's gonna be. Is it better here? Can you actually read the? If I put it on something. Well, anyway, no matter where I put it, it's not it's not easy to read. So if I can find something white, maybe have that there. Yeah, that'll work. So we're on 6 right now. So let's go ahead and roll 2 dice. We got a 56 on the roll. And what does the posse run into? Oh, great. We've done this one before. Voidhound attack. A pack of vicious Voidhounds have been tracking your posse for days and have found the opportunity to strike. Each hero must make a cunning 5+ test. We're not really good at cunning. To outwit the hounds, or a strength. Oh, okay. Or a strength 5+ test to overpower them. If passed, gain 25 XP. If failed, you are pulled from the saddle and ravaged by the creatures. Roll 1d6 for every clothing item you have. On a 1 or 2, it is torn apart. That sucks. Luckily, everybody has grit. This is where, like, I'm looking at this and I'm like, I think maybe having a couple potions is a good thing, because these skill tests can make or break you. Potions add 2 to your skill test. So, for example, here, Enrique has a cunning 1, but he does have a strength 4. Everybody's gonna be making strength tests because their strength is so much better. So we'll start with Enrique. Enrique's got a 4+. I mean, I have 4, so he needs to make 5+s on his strength test against these guys, right? There it is. Yeah. So let's see if he makes it. Does he have any clothing that I really need on him? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, his elegant shoulders I keep forgetting to use, but he does have the belt that adds to his side bag capacity. Do I want to spend the grid on that? We could really run into some, like, stuff that's far worse than this. So I'm gonna just say no. We can probably buy another side bag piece in town. So I'm gonna just roll on them. So a 1 or a 2, I lose them. So here's for the shoulders. He loses the shoulders. And for the side bag, it's a 1 or 2, right? Yes. So we lose the elegant shoulders. They just knocked these. If you want to see, do you want to see what the Void Hounds look like? So the Void Hounds came in and just leaped at poor Enrique here and tore apart a piece of gear that I just keep failing to use. So this is what the Void Hound model looks like. Of course, that one's going to be the better. This is also one of the very first models that they released. Well, this is a first run monster expansion, or enemy expansion. And they're pretty nasty. Really cool looking models, though. As you can tell, I started on them, but never finished them. I'm looking at all these models all the time and going, man, all I gotta do is just dry brush a little bit of white and then put another coat of wash over it, and I think he's done, other than painting the eyes. He does have these multiple protruding eyes. So, And maybe do a little detail work up here. Yeah, I need some washes inside the mouth, the mouth, and some of these cuts and wounds. Pretty cool model, though. Again, just like you were saying yesterday, Cosmic, the beautiful thing about this game is that nothing looks the same. It's all different. There's so much character and personality. Constantly, man, I am constantly dripping stuff over me. I'm making a mess of myself. So next is Montana, and she's got a 3 strength. She makes it. Next is Isamu, and he's got 4 strength. He gets it, and then Murphy's got a 5 strength. If he doesn't get this, I don't know what to say. He's hopeless. He gets it. So Enrique doesn't get any experience, but everybody else gets 25. So let me go to their player cards here and add to their experience. So Montana gets 25. I need to keep track and make sure that these are actually working, because I did make some changes. Isamu is getting 25. Good thing is I actually programmed it to actually show their name. I didn't have that before. Metaphysician, afternoon, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. How's your afternoon going? Murphy is getting 25 experience. Awesome. I'm loving how Montana is super close to leveling. I've only ever had one character that made it to level 4, and that's my Drifter, but after I made it to level 4, had a tooth pulled today, so bearing that. Oh, man, I am so sorry. Oh my god. That's gonna be like a solid, what, 2 weeks of pain. Of what kind of painkiller do they give you for that? So was it like wisdom teeth or just straight up a specific tooth? I'm actually looking forward to that myself here in a couple months. I never ended up getting my wisdom teeth removed, and it's because they were always fine. And then one day, Silver Metal Tavern. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It was a rotten tooth that hurt a lot more. Oh man. Well, good thing it's out of there though. Just a couple days of pain. Okay, good, good. So, yeah, I had that before. I had this guy right here. One day I was just flossing, and then a chunk of tooth just kind of came out, and apparently the whole inside of it was rotted. They were still able to salvage the root though, somehow. Yeah, Silver Metal Tavern, thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy what we're doing. We're kind of right now, if you're not familiar with it, it's called Shadows of Brimstone. It's a board game that is basically a dungeon crawler that is Old West, feudal Japan, taking on Lovecraftian horror and all these other different types of sci-fi. So, oh, cool. Then I will give a shout out. I apologize for my shout outs right now. I still haven't fully set them up. All I got is like a message thing from brain's not working. Streamlabs. Let's see. Silver Metal Tavern. Awesome. What kind of board games do you stream, by the way? For me, it's primarily this, but eventually, when I am happy with where this is at, I'm moving over to Arkham Horror, because I'm dying to play Arkham Horror again, and I think that would be a fun 8-player session. And then eventually, I could do Marvel next, Marvel United, but I'm thinking the next thing I'm going to do is probably, I keep saying Brood again. Cosmic keeps correcting me on it, but Bloodborne. Oh, you play a lot? Awesome. So yeah, again, I'm going to go to Arkham Horror when I get this, when I'm happy with this, and I'm going to make this always a Saturday, full day Saturday session. I'm going to start moving and maneuvering to testing out a new system, building all the new mechanics and stuff for Arkham Horror, and then eventually Bloodborne. But I want to test Bloodborne before I decide if I'm going to do it or not, because if it's a very generic turn-based combat game, which I'm kind of guessing it is, I want something that's more storytelling, more adventurous, and I want to. I don't know. I love Lovecraft, so Arkham Horror was definitely something. I might just go to Eldritch after that. But anyway, so everybody's done. We sent out the experience. Mostly analog board game streamer, but I pretty much stream everything. Awesome. Well, I'm definitely looking forward to jumping in on one of your streams. I'll keep an eye out just so I can. I want to see. It's always fun to like watch other people play games, especially when they're playing games that I'm familiar with, because a lot of times I learn things that I'm too stupid to actually understand. Arkham Horror is fun. Which edition? I have third edition. I used to have the second edition, and I had like the whole thing for it, which expand out like, that far. But yeah, I've got the third edition. I haven't played it yet. I've read the book a couple of years ago. I read the book for it, but I haven't played it yet. I'm dying to play it though, because I love second edition Arkham Horror is what got me into board games. I had a buddy who's also a streamer who came over one day. This was years ago to a friend's party, and he pulled out Arkham Horror, and we all gathered around. And oh my god, I never laughed so hard in my life. I mean, everything was stacked against you in Arkham Horror too, in second edition, because that final boss fight. If you got to that final boss fight, chances are you didn't make it. You had to close those gates. Would you recommend any board games in digital format? Mage Knight. I never got around to playing Mage Knight. Digital format? Are you talking about like a crossover? Like, oh, what is it called? Mansions of Madness first edition, I loved. Second edition, I liked it, but it was they did a crossover where it is a board game, but you have to follow the digital stuff. Or are you talking about like something that fully is integrated digitally? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna continue. We got one down out of 5. I just realized something. I created these for a reason. I'm gonna go ahead and use it. It's not working, and it's because I'm currently in chat mode. There we go. We'll turn that on, and we'll just say we're at 5. There. So that's how many we have at this time. And we'll just leave it like right there or something. Maybe down here. I like that. Put it over the initiative. So, okay. So now we're going on to the next. Excuse me. The next travel hazard, and that's going to be. Really? I might actually re-roll this. Yeah, possession. This is bad. I've done this before, and it was pretty bad, because you can lose permanent sanity. Whose was this? This is Montana's, right? I'm going to have her re-roll that. So, let's go ahead and re-roll that one, because there's no way I want to deal with possession. Anything that does permanent health or sanity damage, I will do everything I can to get rid of that. So 54. 54, Army Convoy. Traveling the roads, the heroes come across a massive U.S. Army convoy heading toward the same town to reinforce the outpost. When the heroes reach town, any rolls on the campsite hazard chart on the town event chart are +1 to roll. Awesome. Not going to remember that, but that is awesome. Again, this is why I want to have a little note taker. Sanguine! Lurking. Don't have audio on at the moment, but hope you're having a good stream. Always having a good stream, Sanguine. Glad you're here, and I'll go ahead and send out a shout out here. So, Sanguine is a variety streamer, but she is also who everybody calls the Souls Queen. She plays a lot of Souls games, but she does do some variety gaming as well. Great personality, very positive, fun to play games with too. Definitely highly recommend watching her streams. Um, her collaboration streams are hilarious. Um, did you set this layout up by yourself? Yeah, Silver Metal Tavern. I built this whole thing specifically for Shadows of Brimstone, or at least what you're seeing on the screen right now. But as I play the game, you'll notice that the interface moves around, things change. I have like a whole button system here or I'm using my Stream Deck to do basically every little thing in here, so I don't have to like play with the keyboard too much. Yeah, Cosmic. Cosmic's right. Every time I start a new stream, I tend to add little tiny things here and there. So the last time was, I think I added some stuff to. I finished the overlays for the backgrounds, and I added a few other things. What did I add? I don't know. This one I added basically the token you're seeing at the bottom of the screen. I also added the grit markers. Um, Amazing. It's excellent. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Hearing that makes me want to work more on it and add more on it because as I keep telling Cosmic, my number one goal is to take everything here that you're not seeing and put it here in the stream because I want you all to feel involved. I want you all to enjoy it and call me out, because if I'm forgetting certain things, I want you to call me out on it. Because it's like there's I don't know, when I'm watching a stream and I'm watching board games, it's fun, but I'm a very visual person. So it's like here, it's like you all being able to see the health, the initiative order, showing that somebody's initiative is up right now at this moment. Like I want you to all to feel like I want this to be cinematic. So I think that's from years of working in broadcast that I always liked things being organic and moving around, the graphics everywhere. Everything's legible. That's what my goal is. I want you all to feel involved, and eventually, when I'm happy with where this is, which again, when I finish putting these in here, I want you all to join. Someday, come in, join the Discord, get your voice on here, maybe your picture or your video footage, and we can. I'm in broadcast too. No way. What? I'm not gonna ask you where you work. But what did you do? Me, it was I was a senior graphic artist and animator and programmer. So I was designing like this, building the packages, the looks, for God, how many? It was like 30 some odd, 40 some odd stations. I think it was like either 37 or 42 stations. Learned quite a bit, but at the same time, happy I moved on. Love your vision. I'm in. Minds think alike. Yeah. But yeah, so like I said, don't be surprised if not tomorrow, Friday, I come back and go, hey, by the way, I added these. I'm always adding to the stream. There's always more. As Cosmic saw earlier, as I was like talking about something, I was like, oh, well, you know what? I think I can do this. And it's like, I'm like already adding that to my list of things I want to do, which is already enormous. That's why I'm scared of starting Arkham Horror. But anyway, back to it. I rolled was it a 56? I already forgot what the roll was. I am so bad at my memory. So I guess what I'm going to do is just re-roll because I don't remember. I'm one of the editors on Star Trek. No way. That's wicked. Like, so you're on the... Which series is that right now? Sorry, I haven't really been paying attention to Star Trek for a while, but... I mean... Mad props for having that. That's... Not many people can brag about being involved in a big show. I mean, I'm a little bit jealous. That's really cool. Yeah, because I did local news, is what I did. And it was very busy. I forgot what I rolled again. 62? and I joined the Discord. Metaphysician, thank you for joining the Discord. And again, like eventually when I finally open this up to players, everybody's more than welcome to join in. That's another thing I do need to update is the player editor, because I do have all the classes scanned and all their feats and everything. It's just the problem is I left it up to Photoshop to do all the work, and it didn't do a good job at organizing all the pages, so I kind of have to redo it. And there's 27 classes, and I think there's like 4 pages of stuff that I have to organize each. So that's going to take some time to do. But once I get that done, once I get the character cards on the screen, I think we're good to go with bringing people into the stream. And I've actually got 2 people. I think Mad Arts wants to join, and I've got another streamer who wants to join. Hexa wants to join as well. Join Discord 62. Yeah, you got a lot more work. Yeah, I really do. And it doesn't end there. Again, every time I look at the stream, every time I'm doing little things when I'm working in Cinema 4D and I'm trying to build 3D assets for this, I'm like, I can add this, I can do that. And also today I noticed some bugs, so I have to fix the bugs. What you're seeing here is the overlay for the feudal village. It should be the frontier town. It was working, now it's not working. I think there was a little bug in there that I need to fix. Because if I press this button, it should be going to Frontier Town, and it's not going to Frontier Town. Wings of Glory, any good? I have a War Game solo itch to scratch. So was a 62 that I rolled, right? So I don't know if that's enough light. I apologize, my vision's not the greatest. Even with glasses. Dying Marshal. You find a dying U.S. Marshal on the side of the trail, shot in the gut and bleeding out. He tells you that his prisoner escaped and is headed to the same town you're going. You've got to stop him. Oh, he says, you've got to stop him, or who knows what he'll do. When the heroes reach their destination, every hero gains D3 unwanted attention markers. Another reason why I want to change these tokens, but I am going to need those unwanted markers for this. There we go. Well, I hope your channel gets some traction, because visually, you're on the right track. I'll try to get some raids up for your way. Oh, thank you, Silver. I'll do the same for you, too. Like, whenever I'm doing raids, I'm trying to stick to the board game community for that, because I want us all to help each other out and get... I mean, honestly, I love board games. They're fun, and I think we're seeing a comeback. Well, we've been seeing a comeback for years, to be honest with you. But ever since Kickstarters started happening, I started noticing a huge turn up on board games, which is awesome. So, yeah, I'm more than happy to do the same thing, raid to you all. If you all happen to be on while I'm raiding, fantastic. I'll be definitely doing that. I am just okay. So so when the heroes reach a destination, every hero gains D3 unwanted attention markers. They all have to do this. So we'll start with Montana. Montana's getting not Montana, Enrique. Enrique's gaining 1 unwanted. You know what? I'll go ahead and use these tokens for now. 1, 2. 1, 2. Come on now. Oh, I know why it's not working. That's why it's not working. I'm pressing the wrong button. So I need to remove 320 from that. There we go. So he's getting 1. I'm to wonder if I shouldn't have it automatically set. Next is Montana. She's going to get 2. She's gaining 2 tokens. And then we need to roll for Samu. He's getting 3 tokens. He needs to be careful walking around town. And then finally, we've got Murphy. He's only getting 1 token. So we'll just go ahead and put them over these characters. But that's exactly what they're getting for their unwanted attention. God, this is making life so much easier. I had tokens laying all over the table, and I would lose track of where they go. I'll be on a panel at TwitchCon this year if you'll be attending. I kind of have a lot of things going on this year, personal things, so it's gonna be a little while till I start attending any cons. But I would definitely like I've been meeting a lot of people on the board game community, and they, unless it's in my area, which I'm in North Texas, um, traveling for me right now is kind of a no-go for personal reasons. Um, but there's a couple cons that happen in Dallas that I'm definitely planning on joining, and I know a few more people from the community, from the board gaming community, who are in the same area, and they want to do the same thing. They want to go out, meet up at the Gen Con, at the Gen Cons and stuff. But I highly recommend following Benzanator and Paula Deming on Twitch. I will keep that in mind. I'm going to copy those. And I'll paste them in my notes. There we go. The board game community is one of the best on Twitch. I'm noticing that, like, especially there's a lot of people who have been coming in here who are just into the gaming part of video gaming part of Twitch, and are seeing this, and they're like, they're loving, like, I'm not trying to say my visuals or anything, but they're loving the idea of seeing like everything on the screen that they need to see, and I'm hoping this gets people into wanting to check out board games again, because I don't know, just there's things that I missed back from the 90s was gathering around a table with your friends, playing Nintendo on the same screen, you know, everybody gathering around in the living room playing together. And board games is one of the best ways. And since we have Twitch and we have Discord, we have the ability to do that again in the comfort of our own home. Yeah, that's an expensive trip. I'm in LA, so it's easier. Yeah, I know a few people who've been doing the trips to San Diego for the cons over there and everything, and I'm like, for one, I think some of them you actually have to like reserve a few years in advance. No, your visuals are exactly what viewers love about board games. Twitch streamers, awesome, good. It's giving me a lot of confidence to keep this rolling, because I'm not gonna lie, like I've been like, it's a lot of work to do all this, and at the same time it's kind of gets in the way of making a little bit of extra money, but at the same time I'm like, I love doing this. This is seriously my hobby at this point, is building stuff for this and playing. I wish I had more time to build like the Arkham Horror stuff, because I would like to change the game every once in a while. But let me get back to where I was, which was where was he? It was 62, right? Yeah. So we have to roll for the. That's right. So we already did that. We rolled for the unwanted attention. Sorry. I can be a talker when I want to be. Ooh, Gloomhaven. Yeah, that's a great game. Yeah. I didn't play it, but I watched someone stream it, and I loved it. I do also have Kingdom Death Monster, and I thought about doing that as well, and adding that to the stream. I even created custom mats for it, but my buddies on another channel, the D&D Bros, they have both of my mats. I let them borrow it, but I'm probably just gonna reprint them, like remake and reprint them for that game. The only problem is, no, I might just reprint them as they were. They were already awesome. They had like everything on it, like the whole. I had a mat that had basically the whole hunting part of the game, with every monster and what happens on every single hunting spot, and every difficulty as well. So you just kind of followed basically the lines and the dots. I know B&B Tavern. Is that another streamer? B&B Tavern. That sounds so familiar. So, every hero gains D3 unwanted attention tokens, which we did. Um, as the prisoner is on the lookout for anyone following it. While in town, any hero that rolls a double on a location chart event chart spots the prisoner and may ignore the result on a chart and the rest of that location visit to call him out for a start of high noon dual town adventure against him. If more than one hero spots him on the same day, either hero can engage him in a duel. So we can choose who goes against him. Hopefully it's Montana. She's really, really good at... Well, actually, the Bandito's really good. He's got 6 shots. If the duel is won, the hero gains an extra d6. So I just kind of need to write down that we have all this. This is the problem. This is why I want the notes section in my stream, because it's like I can type in note 1, note 2, note 3, so that when we go back to town, I can just pull it up and remember that's what's happening. And would you know it, I'm out of paper. Okay, that's gonna be... Oh, that'll work. And there. So, dying Marshall. Sorry, my handwriting's so bad. Years of typing. That's what happens. Cully starting first time chat. Keep you. Oh, okay. Give me a second here. There's always one. Came in and left instantly to keep it up. Go figure. What is the command for deleting that comment? You know what? I can probably just pull it up from here. I really want to continue this travel stay. And of course, I'm using my iPad, so it's not really being helpful. All right, there we go. And I should be able to click on that. Delete. Excellent. All right, so back to it. So we wrote down that that's happened. We got the back. Yeah, right. So the next travel hazard, we got 4 more of these. This is the 4th one out of 4. However I want to say it. I spent like the first 2 hours before the stream programming thing, so I'm like still a little bit mind bent here. Mimic Beast. We've run into this too. Waking in the night, you see one of the other posse members moving about. As your eyes focus, you see that they are covered in blood and seem to have torn apart one of the horses and are eating it raw. You know, I'm just gonna pause that for a second here and put my finger here. We have been running into this one often, and it makes me scared to buy horses. With a sudden motion, they look over at you, their eyes reflecting inhumanely in the flickering fiery light before running off into the darkness. One random hero must discard any transport they have. We have none. Also, one other random hero is missing. Who knows how long the Mimic Beast was posing as your friend. So we have to roll for a random. Again, we're going to do this in initiative order, 1 or 2. And I'm going to, again, this is something I'm going to add to the player plates permanently. It's going to be a little thing that just shows random roll. So 1 or 2 is going to be Enrique, 3 or 4 is Montana, 5 or 6 is Isamu, 7 or 8 is Murphy. So who is one posed as? That would be Isamu. Was it B&B Tabletop? I'm not following Silver. What's up? Um, and where was I? Mimic Beast. You find the missing hero. Okay, so Time Roller, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. We're just halfway through the travel part of the game. If I remember correctly, you're a streamer. Yes. So, Mimic Beast. So, following the trail of gore, you find the missing hero tied up and savagely beaten in a ramshackle lair. The hero rejoins the posse, but takes 6d6 wounds, ignoring defense, that carry over to the next adventure, and loses d6. Oh, God, loses experience, too. Oh, that was an old message. Oh, okay. So... Samu's gonna lose experience. That sucks. Okay, so we need to roll and see how many wounds he gets. He takes 1 wound. But it is ignoring defense. Whoops, that's player 1. So, again, I'm in the wrong screen. There we go. So, -1. So, it should drop him Samu down to 19. There we go. And he also loses experience. That's not great. So, let's see what we lose. Okay, 50 experience. That still kind of sucks, but could be a lot worse. Good, I actually built it in so that it can remove from it. So, 50 experience from Isamu. That's a bummer. So that was number 4. We still have 3 left before we go back to town. I don't know if that's showing up. It is. So here's the next travel hazard. As you can tell, these have not been very helpful, except for maybe the guard that moved into town. So 22. We went up 1. Blighted Desert. The desert is dry and unforgiving as you come across the first watering hole for miles. The area around it is littered with the bones of the dead. Not a good sign. Each hero loses 1 grit. If you do not have grit to lose, instead take D3 wounds, ignoring defense, that carry over to the next adventure. Everybody just... Well, actually, I need to look here. Everybody just so happens to have... Have I been doing it right? I had Enrique use his grit, didn't I? And I didn't do it on the stream because I forgot that I have it on the stream. So everybody loses 1 grit. So -1. Out here, and... That's a shame. We could use the grit. We can't use those abilities because we've used them. They don't restart till the beginning of the next adventure. And I'm talking about the ones that we used in the last... during the last adventure. So the only one that has grit right now is Montana. And Enrique, he actually didn't have any grit. So I have to roll, what is it, D3 or D6? 22. It was D3 wounds that carry over to the next adventure. Is he gonna roll? Takes 2 wounds. So -2 for Enrique. Oof. Some of you should be at full health. Okay, so that's the end of that one. And we now have the second... Where is it? 2. We have the second travel hazard. We're getting close to reaching town. That's a 56. Oh, God, those Void Hounds won't leave us alone. Whose role would this be? This is the second one. This would be Isamu's, so... No. Dang. I could have Montana re-roll it, but you know what? I think we're good. So, again, just like earlier, the very first one, Void Hound attack. Pack of vicious Void Hounds have been tracking your posse for days and have found the opportunity to strike. Each hero must take a Cunning 5+ test to outwit the hounds, or a Strength 5+ test to overpower them. If passed, gain 25 XP. If failed, you pulled off your saddle and ravaged by the creatures. Roll a d6 for every clothing item that you have. On a 1 or 2, you lose it. So we'll start again with Enrique. This has been awful. So Enrique has a strength of 4. He needs a 5+ to fight off these hounds. He gets it this time. Next is Montana. She's got, what, 3? But she also has grit, so I can reroll if I need to. She passes it. Next is Isamu. He's got a 4 strength. He passes. And then finally we have Big Ol' Murph with his 5. And he gets it. So they ended up fighting off the Void Hound, so not a big deal in that battle. And then finally, what are we doing? Sorry, give me 1 second. And we now have the final travel hazard. I'll just get rid of that. And it's going to be, I was going to say, if it's another 56, come on. It's the army convoy again. They are fortifying this large town. So again, army convoy traveling the roads. The heroes came across a massive U.S. army convoy heading toward the same town to reinforce the outposts there. When the heroes reach town, any rolls on the campsite hazard chart and town event chart are +1. Now they're a +2. That place is doubly reinforced. We grab this. So we have the army convoy. +2 on campsite hazard. Which I don't think we're going to have a problem with that. But also the town event charts. Cool. So that's the end of the travel hazard. The worst part of this, I am starving. I am stuck with soup and eggs. Oh, Metaphysician, I'm so sorry. Although, I don't know, soup and eggs is pretty good. Later on, my car is currently in the shop, so I'm kind of stuck here, so I'm probably going to end up having to Uber Eats or something. I'm not a big fan of doing that, but it's expensive, but kind of at the mercy of that at this point. Just got to figure out where I want to order from. So that's the end of the travel hazards. And now we're going to the large town, which, for some reason, I put everything away. I don't know why I did that. I should always keep this out. So, we are in a large town. Oh, that's right. We need to also roll to see what type of town it is. Of course, I want pizza. Don't we all? We all want... I want pizza. You mentioned that makes me want pizza now. That makes me want to order... I don't know what we have in the area. I know we have Pizza Hut, but I'm not in the mood for Pizza Hut. I always seem to get, like, heartburn from that. So we got the town state up. I need to get the tokens for that as well. Which I might actually add those to the stream. So if I add these tokens to the stream, I can randomize them. Can I randomize them? Yeah, I can randomize them, and I can just have them floating in here. This way I don't have to worry about randomizing them like right now. And there's even more. I think these are Barter Town. Yep. Yeah, those are Barter Town. The only way to get to Barter Town, and this is how I house ruled it, is we have to somehow get to the Blasted Wastes. We have to find a portal to get to the Blasted Wastes, and that'll bring us to Barter Town. Basically, think of Mad Max. That's exactly what it is. Post-apocalyptic world, and a town that is pretty much just destroyed. And I also need the event chart, but we also need to roll and see what type of town we're going to. So let me pull that chart up. Again, I will add these to the stream eventually. They're already scanned. I already have them ready for being put into the stream. I just need to actually code them in. And my priorities have been all over the place. So, travel hazard. Okay, so let's roll a 2d6. Add them together. We're going to an 11. Oh, we've been here before. So we're going to a mutant town. So let me get the mutant town card. Oh, God, I opened it up the wrong way. So we're getting a mutant town. Yeah, see, look, there's all these additional cards I need to add to the game as well. There's all these different allies you can have, like pets, all this stuff. You can actually have a donkey going with you on the adventure, and it can carry all your items and Darkstone, and you don't have to worry about corruption. We need to do corruption. We didn't do that. Fallout. Yeah. Yeah, Fallout makes a lot more sense. Metaposition. I know, I just have a thing for Mad Max. Anyway, we're going to... It's the feudal village stuff. I would love to add these to the stream, too. We got so much space we can put these on. I just skipped it, didn't I? No, it's Mutant Town. It's the Rail Town. Rail Town would be awesome, because then we can go anywhere we want with that. But Mutant Town, this place kind of sucks. And since nobody here... There's only one person here mutated. Maybe there's two. Actually, I think there's two. Nope, Enrique got rid of the mustache. So the only two here that actually are not going to build any unwanted attention is going to be... Yep. Oh my god, yeah, Murphy is super mutated. He's got the tentacle fingers, he's got the tentacle mustache, and Isamu's fused with rock. Shadows Brimstone, City of the Ancients, Revised Edition. Oh, nice. Time Roller, congrats. I bet it took some time to do too, because I remember when I bought the two core sets together, I remember it took me like a solid week spending all my free time putting those things together. And then, of course, reading the rules and trying to figure everything out and then playing a test run. So, here's the Mutant Town. And if you want the town stay stuff, like this card, all the different towns and stuff, it's actually a whole different expansion. It's the Frontier Town expansion. So that adds like a whole nother mechanic to everything outside of the adventure. And then, of course, there's the Badland, the Blasted Waste that adds Barter Town and everything. So Mutant Town, special rules. I'll read the little fluff to it. Shunned from society, those who have become mutated by the corrupting influence of the Void sometimes band together to form their own towns on the frontier. So the first special rules they have, refuge for those who are different. A mutant town always includes a mutant quarter. So I actually have to pull that out. Am I blind? Or do I not have it in here? I don't have it in there. Come on. There's two tokens I'm missing. The saloon as well. So number one is going to be the mutant quarter no matter what. Next. On the Fringe, a mutant town never includes a frontier outpost location. Oh, that sucks. That's where we sell our Darkstone. Or where we make good money on our Darkstone. So distrust. Heroes do not gain unwanted attention markers for mutations they have. Instead, any hero with no mutations at all gains 2 unwanted attention markers when they enter town. That means that... Let me go back to the player cards here. If I remember correctly, it was Enrique and Montana who are mutation free. So we need to give them an additional 2. Actually, let me grab... I'm on the wrong markers here. Enemy tokens. That would be Enrique's number 2. So we will add 2 to his unwanted. Nice. And then Montana's number 3. We add also 2 to her unwanted. That is dangerous. I might have them just stay at the hotel the entire adventure. Instead of the so instead of any hero with no mutations all gain 2 unwanted attention markers when they return to town. The next special rule: something in the water. At the start of each day in town, every hero takes 1 corruption hit, and then recovers 1 grit for use in town. That's pretty sweet. But it's for use in town. Well, it says it recovers 1 grit, so every day we stay here, we gain a grit. But we do take corruption hits, which Enrique wants to avoid, and Montana. They also have their daily events rule, so whenever we pull up cards, the cards will force us to do daily events on this thing. And then there's extra options, so we can go to work. We can go to work on the cut. Any hero may give up their day in town to work the cut, helping to build a new rail line going nearby. Then there's like a whole bunch of rules on what you're doing for the day. Our hero may not work 2 days in a row for the cut. Rail worker supplies. The following items are available for purchase in the Mutant Quarter. We can buy Darkstone blasting caps. So blasting caps are an explosive, so discarded to make all of your dynamite do 2+ damage. I think the Bandito would like to have that. So it's $100. We're pretty rich, so why not? And then a rail spike. Discard to prevent the darkness from moving forward on a space of the death track. Limit 1. So we can buy a rail spike to stop the darkness track from happening. This is all at the mutant quarter? Yeah, we're going to the mutant quarter. But everybody's got unwanted attention though, and I gotta reread what that does again. So, problem is there's no frontier outpost in this town. I'll leave this over here so y'all can see it, maybe? Move some of this out of the way. Maybe y'all can see it and read it. Yeah, not bad. And I need to randomize all these tokens. That goes away. And then we decide what the rest of the town is. Luckily, we completed the mission last time, so we don't have to worry about destroying any of these villages, any of these buildings. There we go. Cut it in half. So on number 2, we have some of these can get destroyed over time because of the daily event chart can sometimes do that. So we have a sheriff's office in town. We have a gambling hall. We have a smuggler's den. We have a saloon. We've got a blacksmith. And we've got an Indian trading post. So we definitely want to go to the mutant quarter. One of these has to allow us to trade our stuff. Let's see what we've got. So the blacksmith. We can buy Darkstone rounds, which I've done before for Montana, and it gives her bonus damage, which is really nice. Yeah, +1 damage to gun hits. I might do that for her. Oh, and we do need to do our Darkstone rules. Let's go ahead and do that now before I forget. So we actually should have done this before the travel stay. I thought I did this at the end of the last session, but I know I didn't do it. Because nobody took any corruption. So we have, how much? Was it like 17 or something? Or was it 21 again? We got 14, 19. Oh God, we got 23 pieces. Only 16 of those pieces are actually covered by the boxes that we have. So that's, was it 23 pieces again? So we've got what, 7 pieces unaccounted for? And then on top of that, almost everybody's wearing Darkstone gear. So we've got 2 Darkstone on Enrique. We've got 1 on Montana. We've got 1 on Isamu. and one on Murphy. So we need to start dividing where these are gonna go. So it's 7 pieces of Darkstone are not being covered by the boxes. And then we got, so 7. What we can do is, oops, who doesn't have many corruption on them? Murphy and Isamu. So what we could do is give them, well, they do have one of those each. We can give them 2 apiece. So that'll bring them to 3. So Murphy and Isamu are going to have 3 checks. And then we have 3 pieces left. We'll put 2 on Montana and 1. How's she doing on it? And 1 on Enrique. So he'll have 3 checks. So everybody's taking 3 checks. So willpower. Enrique's going to be mutating. I just know it. So Enrique's making 3 willpower saves of 5+. Gets none of them. So yeah, he's mutating. So that brings him to. Part of me wishes I had done this at the end of the last stream, but my bad. It takes 1, so he's up to 2 now. But that also means he gets a mutation. Whoops. Sorry, I need to remove 3. -3. Come on, Tony, you know how to do this. All right, and then so he needs to do a mutation. I might as well just get that ready. Next is Montana. She's taking 3 as well, but she gets a 4+. She takes 2 hits, which is enough to give her a mutation. So we'll drop her down to 0, but she gets a mutation. And then we have Enrique. No, not Enrique. Isamu. 5+. He takes 1. And then finally we have Murphy. Also 5+. He takes 2. So that would mean that Enrique actually won't have that many unwanted attention markers. So I'll just remove 2 from that because he actually technically had a mutation before we came into town. So we have 2 mutations. Enrique. Am I in the wrong book? I am in the wrong book. Where is it? There it is. All right, mutations. So Enrique is going to gain 26. He gets Void Infection. Anytime you pass through a gate, you take 1 corruption point, ignoring willpower. Oh, that's horrible. And that's called Void Infection. That's awful. And then finally, Montana. We might be able to get rid of him in town, though. 13, that's not a good number. Tentacle Arm. You lose the use of 1 hand each turn, but you are +1 combat. 2-handed guns, bows may still be used, but cannot get critical hits. She needs to get rid of that ASAP. That is bad for her. That is real bad for her. So she gets Tentacle Arms. And that is -1 hand. No crits on two-handed guns. Yeah, she needs to get rid of that. So that means that everybody's mutated. Before they walked into town, everybody was mutated. Yeah. So nobody got any of those things. So that means that I can remove it from Montana as well. I apologize. I should have done this much earlier. Before we started the travel stay. So, moving on to the town stay, we got the mutant card. We got the mutant town card. We got all the villages set up. There's supposed to be something at 8. I didn't put something at 8. We got the church. That means we can get rid of some madness. If we want to resurrect a character, we can. I might resurrect the, Actually, he didn't die. He just went down. I could bring him back. I'm not going to. I was thinking of my, what's he called? The Outlaw. I had an outlaw character that I started along with Murphy, and he did not do well. Not well at all. So we've got daily event deck. We got all the characters in the hotel. We'll just pull money from the richest person. I keep looking at XP. Yeah, Murphy. Murphy is filthy rich. But let's see what we can do here. We need to remove 40 gold from Murphy. Not add. Remove 40 gold from Murphy. And first thing we need to do is a daily event card. Traveling tonic wagon. Rolling into town, a traveling tonic salesman opens up the sides of his cart to show his wares. Each hero may purchase up to 3 tonics, tonic tokens at the cost of $100 each. That's a good price. They're usually $150 a pop. Afterward, roll a die for each tonic token purchased. On a roll of 1 or 2, that tonic is little more than snake oil and is worthless. I'm not going to take that chance. With my rolls, I'm not taking that chance. So what we're going to do is we started here. We did all that. It didn't tell us to do anything on the card. So now we're just deciding where we want to go. And there's an awful lot to do. And I'm just going to take a second here to look. You know, I should just take the cards out. This way you all can see them. I really want to add them to the stream for this reason. Whoa, what's happening here? There we go. Pull this off the side. I'm gonna fix you. And I guess it's better if I just pulled these out. Yeah, mine is... Until I get everything uploaded and set up on the stream, I'm just gonna do this. In this way, I can display them on the screen for you all. And we'll just kind of set these, let go. We can set these to the side, kind of. We don't need that mines card. I don't know why I have that up. Portal 1 can go away. There we go. Kind of put this here, and I'll just put this deck over here. This way we can show everything. And I can leave that space for all the cool stuff we can do in town. So, of course, I'm interested in the mutant quarter. If I remember correctly, I think we can heal ourselves over there. Yeah, we can get rid of Madness, but I don't think we have any Madness on the team right now. We don't have a Town Dog. That would have been really awesome. But we do have the Campsite, so we can get rid of some mutations over there. General Store. We don't have a General Store. The Mutant Quarter, which is something I definitely am going to investigate. Because they have everything we want over there. They have whiskey, they have dynamite, bandages. Dynamite's actually pretty decently cheap, too. 175 bucks for some dynamite. They do have a mutant surgeon. We could do the surgeon. Although his... What's the difference between that and the campsite? So the surgery... I think we have better chances at getting rid of it at the campsite. It's a 4 and 6 for a successful surgery. Yeah, why would I go to the mutant surgeon? There's no benefit to it. You just lose sanity and health and stuff permanently if you fail. Yeah, screw that. I'll go to the mutant quarter, though, for probably some of the gear. Because that'll be nice. They got dynamite and everything. But the campsite, I'm definitely going to go to. They do have bandages and whiskey. We need bandages. Lots of bandages. We do have the blacksmith. We'll probably stay 2 days in town, so this way we can get some stuff. So I definitely want to get some darkstone bullets. And we definitely want a horse or two. Yeah, so here's the thing about the horses. We can buy a stagecoach. We have enough for a stagecoach. Can carry up to 6 heroes. When the hero posse travels, each hero on the stagecoach gains 15 XP. Also, once per travel, you may cancel a result on the travel hazard chart just rolled. That's pretty sweet. The horses give you an additional grit and some XP. Mad Arts. Is Dayquil supposed to knock you out, or am I just talking too much? The world you never know. I mean, I guess it all depends. I mean, they make non-drowsy versions of it, don't they? Because I remember Dayquil making me queasy or tired. But you have to find a non-drowsy version of it. Yeah, that stagecoach sounds pretty good. If I can cancel a travel hazard, that is worth... And it's free, like you don't have to roll on it or anything. You just cancel the hazard. Everything else, I don't really need. All my gear is upgraded. We do have a sword, though, that I'm intrigued. I'm thinking about giving to Isamu. I might trade up his... I'm going to keep it, but I might trade up his... I might do that. Where's his sheet? It's right in front of me. He does have his Outlaw Club. And what it does... I gotta remind myself. He gets 10 bucks every time he kills an enemy. His combat hits do 1 extra damage on medium or smaller models. That's great. The only good thing about it is that it has 2 slots on it. The Sword of Gahara. Your combat hits are plus 2 damage, ignoring armor. Enemies you kill never become corpse tokens either. Oh, it's a 2-handed weapon. No, that's not going to work out. Yeah, that's not going to work out. No, I got to get rid of that. That's a shame. That would have been great to have. Yeah. Oh, well. So much for that. So, what we're going to do is look at the blacksmith. And we're probably going to go... Somebody's going to go there tomorrow. Everybody right now is going to the campsite. We need to get rid of those mutations. And if they don't make them today, they're going to try tomorrow. So, we'll skip all this for now. But at least we know what we want to do tomorrow. Mutant Quarter is nice for some dynamite, some... I think the bandages and whiskey are pretty cheap. Actually, you know, if I remember correctly, I think the campsite has the same thing. So we might not have to do that. Visit the campsite. Yep, they're 50 bucks a pop. I mean, we're rich, but 10 bucks off is 10 bucks off. So I guess what we need to do... Now, we aren't getting pluses from the... on these. The problem is, if I remember correctly, we currently have unwanted attention markers, which is definitely going to affect this roll for the location event. Those +2s that we're getting are for if we fail this and we have to roll a town event or something, we're getting that bonus. Actually, it's not on the daily event. It's on the campsite event. Hold on. I need to reread that. Army convoy, campsite hazard event. So if they were staying the night at the campsite, they're getting +2. If we're getting a +2, then why aren't we staying at the campsite instead of the inn? Well, anyway. So, let me once again look at the unwanted attention markers. So, while a hero has one or more unwanted attention markers, anytime they roll a 7 on the location event chart, they must roll to see if they are attacked. So, let's do that. We're making 4 of these, one for every character. So we'll begin. Yeah, they're all... we need to get rid of these mutations. They are flooding that district. There we go. We can get more space here if I do this. I want you all to see stuff. And I'm also noticing there's some delay on the camera, and I know why. I'm going to be right back. I need to plug it in. My main camera, my board game camera, is in wireless mode, so there's delay. I'm noticing it as I'm like putting my hand in there. I'm seeing it have also some skipping, frame skipping. Let me see if it usually takes a little while for it to go to the next. Yeah, it usually takes a little while for it to go to MTP mode, if it will let me. But so we have to roll on these charts 4 times. If you ever roll a 7, something bad happens to the member of the posse. And apparently the unwanted attention does not go away unless I can somehow get rid of it using event decks and stuff. So visiting the campsite, we're going to start with Enrique. Enrique rolls 2d6. He gets a 5. Step right up. Marius Flanagan is the name. And have I got a show for you? A small traveling circus is in town, and they have set up a tent in the campsite to wow the local travelers. Wandering into the tent, you see a good show with a strong man, sword swallower, and even a dancing bear. It's not cheap though. Pay D6 times 20, and you recover 1 grit. I will gladly pay that. So, is that a 2? So, it's going to cost 40 gold. 40 gold. For... There are so many options now in this thing. So, it's going to cost 40 gold to gain 1 grit back. I love how to start either a voice, then slowly back to your own. Like, fuck. Yeah, fuck that. Like, if I... Here's the thing. They usually put quotes. Oh, they did. Okay. They did put quotations around the actual voiceover. I didn't realize until actually into reading it. But whenever it has quotes, maybe I'll do a voice if I'm feeling it. Which I'll feel it if I take a little bit more of this energy drink. Ugh. So he's there. We'll go ahead and do all the events, because that's kind of what you have. Well, actually, no, you go in order. So he's next. So he goes to... Enrique's going to do the dock tent therapy to get rid of that mutation. Because Void Infection, walking through a doorway and getting 1 corruption damage, not a hit, damage, that sucks. And it's going to cost him, too. $250. Man, the dock's tent is expensive. But luckily he's got a grit now, so I can re-roll this if I need to. Because if I roll a 1, he can lose some permanent health. Ooh, that's bad. So, let's roll on that table. So we're going to the Doc's tent, choose an injury, mutation, parasite, or parasite that you want to remove, and roll on the chart below. If it's a parasite chosen, it's a -1 to the roll. That makes it even worse. So I need to roll out. I'm going to spend the grit to re-roll that, but I'm a little bit scared. Okay, good. Woo! That was worth it. So he spent that grit. I didn't add the grit, did I? Oh, I did. So, grit -1. It passed. He succeeded. He got rid of that mutation. So he no longer has the void infection. He is mutation free. Next is Montana. Montana. She needs to roll 2d6. She gets a 9. Dirty Poker. The campsite is filled with drinking, laughing, and games of cards over a rickety table or barrelhead. You may make a luck 4+ test, and for every 4+ roll, gain 25 gold. For every 1 roll, lose 50. Her luck is absolutely terrible, and since it says you may, Montana's going to opt out of that. Oh, I need to remove 250 gold also from Enrique because he spent it on that surgery. Now, Montana does have a grit. Do they? She does have a grit. Everybody else does not. So, here's hoping she makes this roll. So, we're doing it again. We're trying to get rid of a mutation. She needs to get rid of this. No, she's going to spend the grit. I freaking knew it. Okay, so she doesn't get rid of it. She ended up spending 250 gold to lose some health. So, oh, this sucks. So it was butchered. The alignment is not healed, and the ailment is not healed, and you lose D6 heal permanently. I probably should have saved that grit roll. I mean, 2 health is 2 health. It still sucks, but it's better than what it could be. So that means that Montana is now at a max health of 21. That sucks. Man, oh man. Bummer. Bummer. I need to program it to have it go down with it if it's above that limit. Oh, man. All right, well, you two go back to town. You two now have to begrudgingly go through all this as well. So we're going to go with Isamu. That's a 9. Same thing, Dirty Poker. His luck is actually pretty decent and usually does pretty well on this. So, and it's a 4+ to make him. So 3d6. He breaks even. Oh, wait, no. If it was a 1, he lost $50. So he gets 50 bucks. So Isamu gains 50 bucks. Now, we're going to roll and see what happens to him, and he has no grit. Not a single tonic. Can I buy tonics here? Nope. Well, that sucks. So, here we go. Boom! Alright. He gets, it's successful. Oh, wait, did I want him to get rid of it? Yeah, I kind of do. That -2 movement is just awful. But that armor is so good. But that move is just the worst, so I'm going to get rid of it. So we got rid of that. That costs Samu. Did I already do the 250 bucks? I don't think I did 250 bucks. And what else did we do? We did that. I feel like I'm forgetting something with him. Well, anyway, that's Samu. He got rid of the mutation. We're good. We spent the 250 bucks. We're now to Murphy. And Murphy also needs to roll on the chart. For a minute there, I thought it was a 7. He gets an 8 and an 8. Nothing happens. Sad collection of the poor and scruffy. The sights you see in the campsite are not pretty, but the smells are worse. No event. He's going to spend 250, and he's going to try to get rid of that thing. And he gets rid of it. Murphy gets rid of the... We'll go with the slashed leg. He doesn't really need to get rid of the tentacle. Tentacle fingers don't really do anything. The mustache does. Ooh. You know what? He's going to buy... Since he's got the tentacle mustache, he's getting -2 on all purchases in town. I'm going to go ahead and buy those bandages and everything right now, or I can send them to the mutation quarter and only spend 30 bucks. I'm going to have him go to the mutant quarter and spend only 30 bucks. We're going to buy a lot. Because I want tonics, but I don't think we have a place in town that sells tonics. But he can buy the dynamite there. And we do want that horse. Yeah, I don't think any place has tonics. I don't even think the church has. I think it has potions. What does the church have for stuff? Nothing. It does have blessings, though. Does the blacksmith sell anything? No. Church, doc's office. Don't have that. The gambling hall doesn't really have anything special. No. Smuggler's Den might, though. Indian Trading Post? Sorry, what? I'm gonna send Montana to the spirit cleansing. Oh, your chances of failure is much higher. But I like the results a lot better. Indian places, Indian Trading Post is definitely the place to go. So I'll send Montana there. The saloon, I don't think has anything either. Just whiskey, yeah. Sheriff's office. Get wanted posters. Can buy some guns. Can deputize yourself too, if I remember correctly. I know you can do that. I've done it before. It's worth the risk. For the Indian Trading Post, dude, the risks are much better at the Indian Trading Posts. I mean, here's the thing: the chances of failure are a little bit higher, but if I super pass it on like a 6, which I've already seen 2 rolls of 6s, I should have sent them there. I would have gotten permanent health bonuses. Yeah, definitely would have been worth it. But actually, I think the failure is better than the campsite. Although the campsite is a failure on a 1, here it's a failure on a 1 or 2. But a 6 gets you bonus health. I didn't read the other 2. What does it do? Indian Trading Post. So this is what the Indian Trading Post does. It's called a Spirit Cleansing. If you can afford to pay... Oh, it's cost Darkstone. If you can afford to pay the cost, choose one madness, curse, or mutation you want to remove from the character below. So if I roll a 1, You are possessed by a corrupting spirit. You are not healed, but instead immediately take D3 new mutations. So one roll is terrible. So on a on just regular failed, nothing happens. On a 4 or 5, it's fully healed. On a 6, you gain +1 sanity permanently as you bond with your spirit guide. She can't fail a 1 again. She can't. We don't have a street market, but we do have the smuggler's den. There's black market goods. Oh, there's a back alley dog. No bonuses. Yeah, I'm not gonna do the back alley dog. That's terrible. Yeah, nobody. I can't find any tonics anywhere. Nobody has tonics. We're in trouble on that, but we can buy as many bandages as we want at the mutant corner. So, remember correctly, they are done now. Everybody's back in town. And we now have to roll to see if we pass the day. It's a different one, Tony. Come on. There we go. We have to make a town stay event 2+ roll. So we roll 1 die. We got it. We're good. Nothing happens at the town. So we start the day over again. Everybody is... I mean, it's +2 at the campsite. You know, what happens at the campsite if I stay overnight? That's not it. Frontier town. Campsite hazard. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that. Everybody's staying at the inn. So I'll just take it from... I'll trade off this time. I'll have... Actually, Murphy's so flippin' rich. We'll just take 40 bucks from him again. He's so happy he got his mutation away. He doesn't mind spending for everybody. Okay. Oh, mutations. Yeah, 3. I mean, that could be fun. But it also could be really bad. The more mutations that you have, the more chances you have of just outright dying. So... what we're going to do is we need to flip a new daily event. Just another day on the frontier. So the quotes in this, or the fluff in this, is just another day on the frontier of the Wild West. Death and adventure around every corner. No effect. If in a specialty town, which we are, roll once on the daily event chart for this type of town. So we get to take this bad boy here, and we get to roll a d6. And we get to see what awful things happen today. Oh, good, a 6. I'm pretty sure it's good. Yes, it is. So, rejuvenating spirits. Each hero may remove D3 corruption points as they enjoy the down-home hospitality of the locals. Apparently, the mutants here are actually really, really nice people. So, D3. Who has corruption? 3 characters have corruption. So let's go ahead and roll and see what Enrique loses. Apparently, I'm having internet connection issues. Let me see if this is still... yeah, it's still having... let me test something out here. It should recognize it by now, and it's not. That is strange. Okay, so... I should have the option to have it hardwired, but for some reason it's not doing it. But that's okay. As long as everything is appearing on the screen, we should be fine. So I rolled, right? So I got 2. Yeah. So he got what, 2 back? So that brings him back down to 0. I need to click in the screen here. That brings him back down to 0 corruption. I am still in Murphy. I need to go back and go to Isamu. To Enrique. There we go. -2. And then we have Isamu. Well, they only have one. The lowest we can roll is a 1, so he gets his 1 back. We'll go to Isamu, move 1. And then finally, we have Murphy. We've got the whole amount, so he is removing the 2 that he has on him. There we go. Everybody's free of corruption points. That is pretty sweet. Next, we need to... Getting a little overwhelmed here. I think this will be our last day in town. So we're just going to try to get rid of that. She needs to get rid of that mutation. So she is going to that Indian trading post. I really was hoping she'd get a grit or something somehow. I don't know if I need them to do anything. Oh, we need the horse. So how I'm going to do this is... How I normally play this game is... Even though the characters have gone to different places, I would suspect they would have decided where they're going to put their money before they go there. So I'm just going to pull the money as I go from each one of them. So, like as if they're sharing a pot in town. Like a pot of their money. Which I might... No. Anyway, so... Murphy, with his -2 on gold, on -2 on sales, is going to go to the mutant porter. And then I'm going to have somebody go to the blacksmith. Probably... They don't have dynamite there, but they do have other things. They sell the mutant quarter stuff, which I'm going to buy. Yeah, I want the rail spike, and I want the Darkstone blasting caps. That is going to be sweet. So I'm going to have Enrique go to the blacksmith and probably buy the wagon. So this way we finally have a flippin' wagon. Do we need a horse for that? Hold on a second. This might be more expensive than I think. No. Awesome. So we can actually start getting rid of travel hazards. The bad ones. Like possession. So, we're not doing anything at the campsite. We're good with you. Bye. And we're going to work with the mutant quarter first, or should I go to the... You know what, let's try to get... Let's see what happens with Montana. And that is the Indian... Why didn't I pull it out? There it is. The Indian trading post. So she can get cured and have a... Her spirit guide help her remove that crap from her. So we need to roll. Don't roll a 7. 2d6 on her thing, on her location event. She gets a 10. So she gets trade opportunities. The local tribe is Is that the right one? Yeah. The local tribe is gearing up for a major hunt. And they are looking for extra gear and Darkstone. Heroes at the Indian trading post may sell gear and artifact cards for an extra D625, and may also sell Darkstone today for 100 per shard. A guaranteed $100 per shard. That is sweet. And we got how many? 23? It's going to cost her, first off, D6 Darkstone to do this. So let's see what happens there first. It's going to cost her 2. 2 pieces of Darkstone. So we're going to spend 2 pieces of Darkstone first. We'll go to Montana's card and remove 2 Darkstone. And we're going to... What are we going to do? We're going to do the Spirit Cleansing first. And hope she gets a 4+. 4+, and she's good. She needs to get rid of that thing. Like, desperately needs to get rid of the thing. I really... There's no tonics here, nothing. There's a vision quest. You get to do it for free. You know, I'm going to read it and see what it does. Vision quest. It's for free. Limit once per visit. Sitting in a smoke-filled tent, the medicine man leads you through a vision quest with your spirit guide. If you do not know your spirit guide yet, roll on the chart below. Each hero will only ever... That is super cool. Each hero will only ever have one spirit guide and will always be the same one. You have determined what it is. Oh, hold on. I'm going to reread this. The font they chose isn't great. And it will always be the same once you have determined what it is. Grit may not be re-rolled on your spirit guide that you choose. You must pass a Spirit 5+ test to gain 25 XP and the Vision Quest bonus listed on for your Spirit Guide to use once during the next adventure. So, that's pretty cool. There's a beaver, wolf, eagle, mouse, crow, and snake. These are sick! So, the beaver... So the beaver's thing is, do not discard a side bag token you just used. Wolf, roll 5 extra dice for a scavenge test. 5 extra dice. So these are once per adventure things. This is sick. I should have everybody come here. Eagle, discard and redraw a threat or darkness card. That's awesome. Mouse, reveal 2 extra exploration tokens and choose which one you want. Crow, all heroes are +3 initiative in the first turn of an ambush. Oh, that's sick. And Snake, this one's my favorite already. Gain 1 additional starting upgrade for your hero class for 1 turn. Oh my god. So that means you pull out... Oh, it's a starting upgrade. So I get to actually, like, choose. Yeah, 5 scavenge, but it's only once per adventure. So so what happens though is that in order to get it, you have to keep finding the Indian trading place. They're not pets, they're actually spirit guides. So it's like you see things. And so what happens is that you go in here and the medicine man does his thing. You choose, you don't choose, you roll to see what you get. And every time you see an Indian trading post, go there and visit the vision, do the vision quest so you can get the bonus. You roll a 5+ on your spirit, which I think is kind of one of our weakest things on this team. Yep. Well, we got 2 people with 3 and 2 people with 2. So people go there, they see if they can get their vision quest. If they do, they get the bonus from their spirit guardian. That is awesome. I'm going to do that after the spirit cleansing. That is so good. So let's do the spirit cleansing first for Montana. 4+. I don't care if it's a 4 or 5, as long as it passes and she heals this damn thing. If it's a 6, amazing. But anything below that, just please don't do this to me. God, no. Well, it just doesn't heal. It just doesn't heal. She's stuck with this. She's not getting crits. She needs her crits. Ugh. And it's once per visit, so... Oh, well. I might have her do her vision quest, though. There's hatchets. Glyph of the buffalo. Glyph of the buffalo. Attached to any item, it's an upgrade. Oh, it's an upgrade. Oh, that costed... We already removed the Darkstone. Never mind. Once per adventure, until the end of your turn, you may move through other models. Okay, yeah, that's pretty cool. War Glyph. Once per adventure, gain +2 combat. And then Death Glyph. Once per adventure, town stay, if you would be KO'd or killed, you may roll a d6. On a 4+, you may heal up to 5 sanity and health, any mix, and avoid being KO'd or killed. If a 6 was rolled, also destroy the item with this upgrade. Wow. I mean, it's pretty cool, but dangerous at the same time. Zestef, how you doing? Good to see ya. We're currently getting close to the end of the town stay. No, you're doing good. We got a few more hours of stream. Yeah, we're only at. I think we got about 2 or 3 more hours of stream. I think we should be able to start the next adventure. I really want to get rid of that mutation so badly, though. But anyway, we're going to move on to Murphy. He's going to start buying us some supplies. So let's roll for his event. We are barely escaping these sevens. So he gets, what is that, a 10? Yes. We made it into the town. We actually got a large town this time, and it's a mutant town. So it's been pretty crazy in here so far. Oh, and we need to buy stuff from this card as well. So we got a 10. Street vendor. A local street vendor recognizes your efforts both as a hero and as an advocate for mutants. Well, he does still have his mustache and fingers, his tentacle fingers. Gain 25 XP. Also, you gain 1 free bandage. Ooh, nice. 1 free bandage, whiskey, or dynamite token for each mutation you have. 2 dynamite, please. Gladly. Oh, he already has 1 on him. Well, I guess 2 more. So he's got 1 slot left on him. But everybody else, he's got plenty of bandages. Everybody else, we could definitely use some bandages. Whenever I come, you're always in the saloon buying whiskey. Yeah, this time around, we haven't been using any whiskey. We took a beating last adventure, so we're buying bandages. Nothing but bandages. Although now I got 3 dynamite. Although I technically have 4. While I'm here, those were free too. That's awesome. So while I'm here, I'm buying. We can only buy 1. So we're going to buy 1 Darkstone Blasting Cap so we can add +2 to our dynamite damage. Where do I put that? I'll put 1 Blasting Cap. +2 damage dynamite. That is sick. And I'm going to get the rail spike. We can buy multiples of them. We're pretty rich, so we can buy multiples of them. Okay, discard to prevent the darkness from moving forward a space on the depth track. Yeah, we'll buy 2 of them. So that's $500 right there. So 2x rail spikes. There's no limit to how many I can buy of the rail spikes. Ignore darkness. Move. So that's $500 that we just spent from Murphy. 500. And now we're on to supplies. So we don't really need that stuff anymore. But for supplies, we've already got 2. We got 2, 5 bandages, and last time we saw how many we spent, so we need to stock up. We got 1, 2, we got plenty of whiskey. We got 4 pieces of dynamite, so I think we're good on dynamite. We're covered on that. The problem is, I really wish this town had tonics, and it doesn't. So we have, how many slots do we have? We got 7 left over on a Samu. How is his capacity that high? Oh, that's why. Because they both bought those Explorer trunks, didn't they? That's exactly why. So we got 7 on Isamu. We've got 3 on Montana. And we got 7 on Enrique. We can buy a ton of supplies while we're here. So I'm thinking... So if we get 7 here, 3 there, we got 14. We got 17 slots. Hexa, how you doing, buddy? Let me go over here and come on now. There we go. Uh, how's your Wednesday going there, Hexa? So we got plenty of space for some bandages, and I think I'm just gonna stock up on, since we've already got a lot too. Really? I forgot that those pouches added a lot. I guess I added them at the end of the last town stay and forgot to didn't buy stuff. So I guess we'll buy 10 bandages. Um, and we'll just kind of disperse them. So here they're worth 40, but Murphy's tentacle mustache, they find it very handsome on him, so they're gonna remove 10 bucks for any purchases he makes here. Man, he can do some damage here. Void Child Pistol. Oh, wow. But you have to be a child of the void. You have to be a child, have the child of the void mutation to get this. But it's the Void Child Pistol. Free attack. Free attack. So after all your range and everything, you can make one of these. It's a range 3 shots 1, so you need to be close. So if this is great for a CC character. Critical hits on a 4, 5, or 6. Seem to wake up every hour. Oh boy. I've been awake for 10 minutes. I have no idea. Take it you're working today? Or are you off? Hooded cloaks. We're just gonna buy a whole bunch of the bandages. So they're 30 bucks a piece. We're buying 10 of them, $300. Not a bad deal at all. So again, we'll just remove it from Murphy from now. Oh, I am in the wrong spot. So we'll remove 300. We're getting close to leaving town. I promise. Part of me wants to stay one more day to try one more time to get rid of that mutate. Oh, I can't. How many times can I do it at the camp center? Nope, that's it. She's stuck with it. So there's that. And next, we're getting 10 of them. So I'm going to put 5. Actually, no, we can't do 5 on you. We can do 4. Oh, what? I'm putting tonics. So we'll put 7. Hold on, that's 3. You can do math. So 3. We have 7 left. We'll put 5 on you. We have 2 left. And everybody should have some, so we'll put 2 on you. Good. Everybody's got at least 2 bandages. And that'll be it for Murphy. She's back, and now we're going to the blacksmith, and that should be the end of the town stay, and we'll go on to the next adventure. Yeah, I got today, then 2 days off. Dude, nice, man. So I take it you're going to be streaming tonight, maybe? We're at the blacksmith with Enrique. Whoops. We need to roll 2d6. It's going to be a 7, I just know it. Okay, we got a 9. Forging sale. Business is slow since the creatures attacked the other night. All purchase prices are reduced by 50 bucks to a minimum of 10. Awesome. Cancels out cost increase. So that is slick. So that means that the Darkstone bullets are 50 bucks less. We need to sell the Darkstone. Where was it that we could sell the Darkstone? Was it the campsite? No, not the campsite. Is there not a place to sell Darkstone here? I bet it was the Smuggler's Den. I bet it was the Smuggler's Den. Black Alley Goods. Down the road. Where was it? There was a card that said we could sell Darkstone for 100 apiece. Wasn't there? Are you sure it wasn't on here? Not tonight, but tomorrow night. Good, good, good. I plumb forgot. I could have sworn I read a card that said we can sell Darkstone for 100 apiece. Because that is very important. I remember being excited for that. Campsite. Didn't have anything. The Indian place. I don't think that had anything either. Mutant Quarter. You would think they'd totally buy Darkstone, but nope. There was no Dark's office, no outpost. Gambling Hall. Doesn't have anything. I am trying to remember what it was, or where it was we could sell stuff. Crap. Remember we ran into something that let us sell all our Darkstone for 100 flat price. I don't remember where it was. It's on none of those. Well, man, that's a bummer. I had plumb forgot where that was. Oh well. I would like to get rid of this Darkstone. Yep. Crap. I don't remember where it was. Oh well. We're gonna move on. We have no place to sell our Darkstone. We need to find a way to get rid of it all. We do have the stagecoach. I guess I could buy some. Do we have any boxes here? We have tomb chests. We're gonna buy 2 tomb chests. That's what we're gonna do. So while we're here, did we already do the thing? We did, right? Forging sale. So minus 50 bucks. That's good. So the tomb chests are now $550 a piece. How much do they weigh? They weigh 1. Enrique can definitely carry 1. So I'm gonna have him carry 1. Montana, I think, is actually full on how much he can carry. So 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 plus 3. She's at maximum weight, so she can't carry anymore. So we're gonna go with Enrique then. How else can we buy that spend Darkstone? And that's messed up. Don't remember where we could buy the sell the Darkstone. So I'll get Enrique. What I'm gonna do is Enrique's there anyway. I'm gonna buy him the tomb chest. That is worth 600, but we're paying 550 for it. And 8 dark stone safe. There we go. And that's 1 weight. And that's pretty much all that is. So we can now carry a solid 22 pieces of dark stone. And I'm pretty sure we're under it right now. Got 14. So we got 14 plus that 19. We got 21 pieces of dark stone. Getting there. We really need to sell these pieces. And then we're going to go ahead and buy, that's what, 550? We'll remove that from Enrique. Excellent. So we got that out of Enrique. Got Enrique a tomb chest. We now need to buy, we're going to buy that wagon. And I'm also going to buy Montana. I'm going to buy him the Darkstone bullets and Montana the Darkstone bullets. That's going to get rid of 2 pieces of Darkstone and 150, I think, a piece now. So 300 bucks. And it's going to cost 2 Darkstone. I might turn those from purple to white, so this way it's easier to see them. And they now both have Darkstone bullets. So, Darkstone bullets. 1 adventure. And it's basically +1 damage. Oh, actually, I need to buy it twice for him because it's per gun. So it's another 150. And 1 Darkstone. Trying to get rid of as much Darkstone as I possibly can, because next adventure we're going to be getting more Darkstone. It's going to suck. So, we'll do that, and we'll just put like 2x here to show that we have 2 of them, both weapons. And that's +1 damage, which is badass. And then the same thing with Montana. Darkstone bullets. 1 adventure. +1 damage. And now she should be +3 damage on her weapon. That is wicked awesome. So we have plenty left over to buy the wagon. So let's go ahead and do that. The wagon's going to cost 3,200. And what do we have here? We'll just split it between everybody. So my cell phone. So everybody's spending 800 bucks. Definitely going to plan on adding a feature where across the board it takes a certain amount, splits it, and hands it out, or subtracts. I am having bad network problems. I am sorry about that. I'm currently running on Starlink, and there's just some days, even though it's nice and clear out, there's just some days where the connection's just trash. So everybody's removing 800. Seems fair. And then finally Murphy, who's still filthy rich after spending this and buying everybody's room. And now we have a stagecoach. Who am I going to put on? I'll put on Murphy's sheet. So we now have a stagecoach. Worth 3,200. And the special rules are you can carry up to 6 heroes. When your hero posse travels, each hero in the stagecoach gains 15 XP. So plus 15 XP each hero. For each travel. And then on top of that, ignore 1 hazard. There. And that should be it for the town stay. And we can now move on to the chaos that's going to come because Montana is handicapped during this, and her rifle shots can make a huge difference during this. So here we are. Everybody's geared up. Everybody's got their grit. We still have a lot of Darkstone on us. So we're done with the town stay. It's all over with. Oh, no, actually, we spent the night. We have to roll and see if we actually survive the night. Uh-oh. Okay, so we now have to roll on the town chart. Might be on the backside of this. I mean, it's our last day anyway. Could destroy the town, could care less. That's Camp Town. There it is. Town event chart. Now we're getting +2 to this. Because we're getting +2 from both of those frontier army convoys that came to town. So they're doing their best to protect this town. So we're getting a +2 to this roll. So it's 2d6 +2. It's a good thing we did that. Because that would have been pretty bad. So we got a 6. Spreading fear. Fear spreads through the town as the day grows dark and demonic attacks more frequent. One random town location closes up shop and may not be visited for the rest of the town stay. So roll a d6. Well, actually would have been a d8. No, it says roll a d6. That's the old chart, so it'd be a d8. The church was destroyed. The demons apparently had something against the church. The campsite dissipates and may no longer be used for the rest of the town stay, and the hotel doubles its current rate. Luckily, we're done with this town. We are moving on. As you can tell, the town stay can be an adventure of its own. A lot can happen there. We didn't roll a 7. We could have actually had a shootout too, but we didn't roll a single 7 on any of the town locations. We were rolling 9s and 11s, so we got kind of lucky there. So we didn't have anybody trying to. We had all these unwanted tokens on us on the characters. They could have been attacked, but we got lucky. So let me peer into the book and see what mission we're going to do, because we don't need Darkstone. We really don't need Darkstone. Okay. Can't do pre-made missions on a table like this. Rewards there are nothing. Well, there's Terror in the Night. We'll go ahead and do this one. It's called Terror in the Night. So I'll read the fluff part of it a little bit here. Last night, a massive lumbering demon emerged from the mines and carried off one of the townsfolk into the hills, leaving a trail of broken and twisted bodies in its wake, as the local lawmen tried to stop it. Now, everyone is too afraid to go down into the mines after it, and they should be. The one survivor from the attack gave a description of a massive and brutal creature, unlike any they've ever seen in these parts. So the setup. The mission uses the standard setup, and the heroes start on the mine entrance. So let me get rid of these guys here. There we go. And we don't need this book. We don't need these cards. I'll go ahead and get everything to prep, and I'll be right back. Oh. Okay. So there's the mine entrance. As you can see, the original game's mine entrance is definitely a few steps more than the new versions. So we'll put ranged in the back and the tanks up front. Yeah, it's too bad about Montana. So we set it up. The mission goal: the heroes must hunt down and kill the nightmarish creature, and if possible, rescue the poor victim it carried off into the night. Organizing your posse for the hunt, you must follow its trail of clues to find the creature's lair. So special rules: trail of clues. Anytime the heroes find a clue token on the exploration token, they must roll a d6, adding +2 for each clue they have found. If the total is 8 or higher, this room is the final objective. Okay, so +2 for each clue they found. So the first room they technically could on a roll of a 6. Ultimate Terror. The lumbering creature that the heroes are hunting is a brutal night terror. Use the red brutal side of the enemy record sheet. In addition to being brutal, the creature also has the tough ability, immune to critical hits, and gets an extra 6 health times the hero posse level. So we're level 3, so he's going to be getting a lot of health of the group. If the hero posse level is 4, the Night Terror gets an extra 24 health. That's an example, I'm guessing. If the hero posse level is 5 or higher, the creature is not just brutal, but it also gains all 6 of its elite abilities on top of that. Whoa! So objectives. The creature's lair. When the heroes find the objective room using the Trail of Clues special rule, they have discovered the creature's lair. Ignore any attacks or encounters listed on the exploration token. Also, ignore any door, gates, icons on the token, as the objective room now exists and has no exits. Reveal all growing dread cards from the stack per usual as normal, and then the heroes must face the brutal night terror enemy that they have been hunting for. There is only a single enemy for this fight, and it is a night terror as described in the ultimate terror special rule. So he is a boss fight. Place a KO'd hero marker on any space of the final objective room to represent the body of the kidnapped victim. Models may occupy this space and the body may not be interacted with in any way. It is just there for thematic purposes. Once the Night Terror is defeated, you must discover if the kidnapped victim is alive. Roll a 3d6. If the total is equal to or less than the current position of the darkness marker on the depth track, the victim has been killed, devoured by the Night Terror. Otherwise, they are still alive. So, okay. So I'm guessing, is it a failure if he's dead? I mean, the objective is to find the creature's lair. My thing is there a bonus for the person being alive? Okay, if possible. So, yeah, the main goal is to kill the creature. So, if we kill the creature and we roll and the person's not alive, that's not a. It's sad, but not exactly a total loss. God, that's awful to say. So, uh, well, let's begin. We're in the mines again. Though it's been a while. The last few times we've been in like the Forbidden Fortress and the Forest of the Dead. So let me go get the cards for the encounters and the mine tiles. And it might be a good idea for me to change the background noise. What was that? That was strange. Nothing came up. The mines. And... oh, the town's still up. Sorry, hold on one second. Let me turn off the... there we go. I'm wondering if this will work. Not sure how I feel about it. If it doesn't work out, we'll change it in a bit. So, we're entering the mines looking for a creature that stole somebody from the town, and that's been terrorizing the town, so... shouldn't be too rough. There wasn't a difficulty benefit to it or anything. The Darkstone missions do have difficulty markers on them, difficulty levels to it. But that is like the most generic of the missions. You're just going down and searching for Darkstone. The more tokens you find, the bigger the deposit. Okay, so let us begin. So everybody, don't do it, please. Okay. I cannot wait to add this to the stream. I'm tired of the pieces of paper. So, alrighty, we can get rid of those tokens. We can get rid of all the tokens, actually. So, luckily, I have a button for that. It resets all of them, too, to 0 and puts them at the top of the screen. So if I ever need them again, boom. Alright, so we're going to start off with Enrique. Enrique doesn't have any grit whatsoever. So we're going to roll for his grit first. He gets a 4. We need to randomize these as well. He doesn't get his grit back. He needs a 5 or a 6. There. So he needs a 5 or a 6. Okay. Kind of getting in the way. So Enrique is going to move up. He should still have his 5 movement. So he's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And scavenging is kind of scary these days, but why not, right? So we'll have him scavenge the room. And he gets 2d6. Does not find anything. Next, we're going to have Montana. She's gonna roll for her grit. She's at no, she's not at max grit. Doesn't find any, but she moves up 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, who's got mutations and problems? Everybody's actually pretty good, except for Montana. She's going to also scavenge the room. She finds something. And what she finds is... wonderful. I'm gonna have Murphy try to get rid of that. I need a 5+. He's gonna use his... Yeah, he's gonna use his, what's that thing called? His looking glass ability to try to get rid of that. So I need a 5+ to do it. No, so it happens. So she does get 10 XP. But she's gonna take some horror hits here. She needs to make 3 horror hits at 4+. She's fine. We'll get rid of those. Something that just went through my mind that I needed to do, and I forgot what it was. Oh well. So that's Montana's turn. It's kind of important, too. Next is going to be Isamu. Isamu's going to roll for his grit first. He doesn't find it, but he's going to move up. If I remember correctly, I got rid of his stuff. Yeah, I got rid of his mutation. So he's just going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And he's also going to... He did scavenge... Oh, she canceled it. Well, she did technically scavenge the room, so... There's that. He's going to scavenge as well. He's got a 3 scavenge. He finds nothing. Next is Murphy. Murphy's going to roll for grit. Doesn't find it, but he's going to move up. What's his movement now? That's right. He got rid of his injury. So he's back to a 5. So he's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to turn that music off. I just don't feel like it really fits well. Again, what you're hearing in the background is Sirenscape. It's a really great app for ambient sound music. Use it for your D&D sessions, board game sessions like this. I highly recommend it. I believe it's... Well, I don't remember the exact price, but it is a subscription-based application, but it has a whole mess of sound effects for you to use for your sessions. If you play D&D, they have... I think they have just about every single D&D Beyond playable campaign book. So, again, great app. They have plenty of sounds for just about every setting. So, everybody's gone. That's what it is. I'm looking at it, I'm like, there's something missing here. We're on the wrong... we're in the wrong phase. So now we are. We're in the right one. So we got the mind look and everything. Everything's good. I would bring up the mind card, but it's a no effect card. So I'm like, I want to leave it open. So I'm... Oh, actually, I guess I could probably bring it up, but just hide it. There we go. We'll just put it there. Again, it's a no effect card, so we're good. So it's the end of the turn. I should be using initiative. I keep forgetting to do it. I am so sorry. So we're going to do a hold back the darkness at 7+. Murphy's raising his lantern. Does he hold it back? He sure does. And we need to make sure we do make those. I'm glad I bought those rail stakes, because that is going to stop this from getting worse for saving the person, which, again, I guess it doesn't really matter. And my wireless is annoying me. Let me see if I can finally set it. Nope. Wonder what's going on. Oh well. So we're back at the beginning of the round. Enrique's going to go first. He's going to move up, and he's going to search what that next room is. I know I could have sworn I did it. I did randomize the deck. We have a rail split, and that is in derelict ship expansion. So that's what we found in this room. Is a rail split. I don't think the camera's correct. Hold on one second. Let me move this over. There we go. That'd be it. And the direction it's coming from is this direction. Oof, it's very loose. I'll just kind of nudge this over here. Okay, it's really bothering me. Let me see if I can fix it. It might need an update too, and I haven't been updating them. I'm sorry that the camera's lagging a little bit. Yeah, I don't know what the problem is. I mean, it works, but I don't like it connected wirelessly. I like it connected. I might have to find a way to remove it from the wireless connection. So he moves in, he explores the room, or peeks through the room, and it generates an exploration token. That is driving me crazy. So he finds an exploration token. That's the end of his turn. So now we're going to move on to Montana. There we go. Montana's going to roll for grit. She doesn't find it. And she's going to move up. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Let's create a gun line there. A firing line there. And then she's going to scavenge the previous room. And she doesn't find anything. Next is going to be... Actually, how is everybody doing on health? I know people took some damage. I think we're good. Next is going to be Isamu. I mean, he's tied with Murphy, but I like him being next. And he's going to move... First, I'm going to roll his grit. He gets it back. So Isamu gets 1 grit back. And I'm going to have him move up. And he's going to scavenge that room with his 3. He finds something. What he finds is... Growing Dread card. That sucks. Right on. You know what? I'm going to try to cancel it with the Looking Glass. So we need a 5+ on this roll. We get it. We ignore the card entirely. Next is going to be Murphy. He's going to move on up, and he's also going to scavenge. He's going to show up on the screen. Okay, well, it's not. He didn't find anything. And it's now the end of the phase, or the end of everybody's activation. So now we go to exploration. So we have to flip this token. And, we get an ambush attack. That's not good. So 2 of these are doorways. So we'll go ahead and roll those next. Okay. I'm noticing that the dice roller's not showing up anymore. Hold on. I'm going to try and see if resetting is going to fix it. There we go. So, again, I apologize. I think my internet connection is causing issues. Yeah, because I'm losing frame rate, and I'm losing a few things due to my Starlink connection. Again, clear skies. I don't get it. So we rolled a 4 first, so that would mean that this is an entrance. And then we'll roll another one. And then 1 is an entrance. So these 2 are entrances. That is an end cap. There. And we got these 2 bad boys. We'll bring them out. There we go. So we get 2 doorways and an end cap. But we also have a fight, an ambush attack. So I guess we have to roll and see what we're going to be fighting this round. We are taking on, we're still level 3, so we're taking, nobody's level 4 yet, so we're taking on regular medium threat. Okay. Oh, wow. So, Peril Dice plus 2 Hellbats and D3 Hatchling Spires. Okay. I have not fought one of these. Obviously, that thing probably spawns them. So let me pull up their cards, but that does mean we are taking on 2 monster groups. So here's the first one. We're taking on Hellbats. And they are initiative 6. Of course they are. What else would they be? And we'll put them away. And then we're taking on Hatchling Spires. Hatchling Spires. I don't know if I have them scanned and put up here. Yeah, I don't really think I have them on here. Hatchling. I might have spelled it wrong. Hatchling Spires. Try one more time, but I'll check and see if I actually have it in here. If I don't, then I'm just going to redraw a card. Let's see, monster cards. Let me check my monster cards and see if that's in there. And I'm looking for Hatchling. Yeah. I gotta remind myself they all need to be in plural. Hatchling Spires. That was weird. It said the stream was off, but I reset because I hear you. Yeah. Uh, my network connection is through Starlink, and it doesn't always connect. Like, I'm even showing right now that I'm losing a lot of frames because I don't know. I'm guessing I'm not finding enough. I guess there's not enough satellites in the sky right now to connect to this. Some days it works, some days it's bad. Let me check and see how. See the stats on it right now. Instructions, we're fine on that. The alignment's okay. I check my speed test. And yeah. It is going up and down, up and down. So there is some struggle on my internet right now. And download speed's doing all right. Well, upload speed's all right. Could be the equipment. Could very much be the equipment. Might have to look into that. Because I'm not really satisfied that I'm losing 25% of my frames and it's showing that it's network problems. You know, when I first got this internet, it was running beautifully. Now it's per usual. After a few months, it's like they divert some of that power that you're getting and put it somewhere else. But I need to relabel hatchling spires. There we go. And it is a 0 initiative, so it is always going to be last. So I think we want to make those priority. But what we'll do is we'll put that card away. And everybody's finished their turn. We did that. It's ambush, so we have to decide where they're going to be, where they're going to end up. Oh, actually, we need to see how many we're fighting. That's right. So it's peril die. That would explain why I'm having issues with my dice roller. So we're taking on 7 Hellbats and 2 of the Hatchling Spires. So 7 Hellbats and 2 of the Spires. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we got these 6 here. Is it really 7? Damn. They don't give you that many models for that. Again, partially painted guys. One of these days it'd be nice to get them done. And I'm gonna proxy a couple. Yeah, it's still pretty bad on the connection. I might reset my modem and see what happens tonight, because I'm getting really tired of this. Okay, so actually we're taking on 7. So I'm proxying. These are also part of the swarm rules, so I'm guessing we're dealing with swarm monsters. But initiative 1, the last initiatives go in the back. Oh, whoops. Well, this is ambush. These guys would be in this room. These guys, we got to decide who they're going after, and there's too many of them to really. Luckily, I kind of placed my characters the way I did, so least amount of monsters. So we can put that away now. Let's go ahead and read the rules. Flights, they move through other models and change targets each turn. Nightmares, for every combat hit that does that, like for every combat hit done by Hellbat, the hero takes 1 horror hit. It sucks. They don't have nightmare. They don't have yeah, they don't have horror, unspeakable terror, or terror. So we have to roll. We have to decide who's going after who randomly, and it's very laggy. The camera. My equipment's pissing me off. Yeah, I'm gonna have to remove it from wireless. I don't know how I can do that, but so we're gonna have to roll to see which ones are going after which. So that should be using the cable. So Alrighty. I guess we're gonna have to start rolling for each one and see who they're going after. Um, two of them are gonna be outside the circle, so we'll just say these two are outside the circle. These guys are the ones that are going after specific people. So these two have to decide which one of these are going after, and one of you is no matter what going after Isamu, and you two have to decide who you're going after. Because ambush rules, they're right on us right off the bat. Hellbats right off the bat. So that's the saying, right? And we'll say there's one here and one here. These are going to start spawning things. So we need to read all the rules and see what happens. So they're initiative 6. I could make Enrique use his once per adventure ability. Oh, they're ambushed, so they're +2, so they're an 8. So no matter what, if I gave him his 8, they'd still go first. It doesn't matter. So they're an 8 initiative right now in ambush. For every combat hit done, yeah, so they have to do horror hits every time they hit as well. Every horror hit done. So if they do hit, it does, wow, it does horror hit as well on top. That's crazy. They're only a 3+. They don't do much damage, but for people who are weak-willed, these guys are nasty. Yeah. And Enrique's not going to dig this. So next is, come on now, Hatchling Spire. So immobile, yep, they can't be moved. Spawn. At the end of each turn, roll 2 dice for the Hatchling Spire. For each roll of 4+, place a new Hellbat adjacent to it. If a Hellbat cannot be placed for any reason, instead, every hero adjacent to the Hatchling Spire takes 1 hit that does 4 damage. Acidic Burst. Whenever this enemy takes 1 or more wounds from an attack, it showers nearby. Nearby heroes with acid. Every hero within 2 spaces of it takes 3 hits that do 2 damage a pop. Wow. Spongy Sacks. This enemy is +2 defense against any ranged attack made from half range or greater of the weapon being used. Not including explosives, which reminds me we have dynamite, and I see 4 guys. Well, 7 that... Oh, they got 12 health? Oh, that's the Hatchling Spire. Okay. Yeah, everything there, fine, whatever. These guys, good, 1 health. Stick of dynamite, that'll kill them. Yeah, actually, as long as I hit them with the dynamite, they are dead. So I think I see what Enrique might do, but to be honest with you, 2 defense, I feel like it's a waste of dynamite. Dynamite's good for targets that have 3+. You should be able to kill these guys no problem. Okay. Just, they do kind of hurt. So, let's start rolling. This guy here is going after... Oh, yeah. In initiative order, 1 through 3, 4 through 6. So, he's going after Isamu, he's going after Isamu, and this one here, they're all 3 going after Isamu. The one over here is going after, again, initiative order, 1 through 3, 4 through 6. It's Montana, and the one next to him is going after Enrique. So we'll just say this one, right across from each other, they're going after those 2 characters. So we'll start with Isamu. Isamu's getting 3 combat times 3, so he's getting 9 combat hits. If any of these hit, he also has to make some willpower tests. But he does have spirit armor. I gotta remember that. So, 96 attacks. That is a lot. They're only 3+ to hits, right? So they get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hits. So he's gonna make 7 3+. We'll do the wounds first. He needs to make 7 3+ saves. Gets all of them but 1, so he takes 1 wound. Gets 1 wound. Oh, wait, hold on. This is Enrique. I'm in the wrong person. It's Samu, health, -1. And now he needs to make 7 willpower saves because these things horrifying as they're biting you. So he needs to make 7, 5 plus willpower saves. Which he loses 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. So he needs to make 5 spirit armor saves. I think they're 5 plus as well. Let me just make doubly sure here. Yep. Stern Glare, Spirit Armor, 5 plus. So at least he gets another set of saves. So 5 plus Spirit Armor, 5 saves at 5 plus. Not a single one. So he takes 5 points of sanity damage. We need to kill these guys. Ouch. So next is Montana. We'll do Montana first. She gets 3 attacks on her. 2 hit. So she gets 2 wounds, 2 sanity. So 4 pluses on the wounds. She loses 1 health. And 2 wounds on the sanity. So again, 4 pluses on her sanity check. Didn't make either one. So she also takes 2 sanity damage. These are nasty little shits. Excuse my language. But next is Enrique. He's getting 3 attacks as well. And you know what would help right now? Some battle music. If it plays. There we go. Okay. So he gets 3 hits and he needs to make 2 4 plus wound defenses. Doesn't get a single one, so that's 2 damage there, and 2 5 pluses for none. So he takes all the damage from those 2 hits. So let's go to Enrique, and he loses 2 health. And he loses 2 sanity as well. Sanity is definitely his weakest thing. So that's the end of their turn. Enrique needs to start killing these guys. I could lob dynamite. If I lob dynamite here and he gets the hit. Oh, let me roll for grit first. 5s or 6s. Nope. They don't have horror, nothing? Okay. I feel like it'd be better if I just shoot his guns, but I have to make 5 pluses. And he doesn't have any grit on him right now, as you can see. So, I need to make 5 plus on my rolls. Yeah, I feel like he's dangerous with dynamite right now. So, I'm gonna... But he needs grit. Does anybody next to him have a tonic? Anybody? Nope. Not a soul has tonic. I need to make a 5 plus to lob that dynamite in the right spot. I'm thinking I'm just gonna roll. I'm gonna roll his pistols. So he is getting Darkstone bullets. So yeah, I'll do the Darkstone bullets. So he's gonna roll his pistol shots. He's getting what, 66 shots? Come on, Enrique, you can do this, brah. 1 goes through. It's going to do +1 damage. So it's -1 to what I roll. I'll put it on... I want to clear these guys out. Oh, really? I'm going to put it on this guy right here. It kills him. So he gets 10 XP. Man. 6 shots. Well, I guess if you think about it, 5 pluses. I should have gotten 2 of them at least. Or at least statistically. So that's the end of his turn. Next is Montana. She's going to roll for grit. Problem is she's not getting any crits because of her mutation. That is so awful. Oh, it's a handicap for her. So she's going to make 3 ranged attacks, but she still gets all her abilities. So hopefully she just knocks them out one by one with her rifle. So she gets 3 attacks. She still gets her reroll to hit and her reroll damage, and she also does have a grit, so I can reroll some attacks. She gets 2 hits. I'm going to use her reroll to hit on that miss. So 2 hits. She's getting +3 damage to this. There's no point in rolling. There's no point on rolling at all. They're 2 defense, +3 she's getting +3 damage to this. So no matter what, it's dealing a damage. They're only 1 health. I'm just going to kill 2 guys. I want to free... Oof. I mean, we can kind of take the hits from these guys. But I want these guys to go up there and start beating these things down. So that's 2 dead. She's getting 20 XP for that. Nice, Montana. She's so close to leveling now. She gets rapid shots. She gets 2 more shots for those kills. Hold on a minute. Enrique killed somebody, right? I need to roll a 5d6. I mean, a 1d6. No, doesn't matter. If I rolled, he has that laughter thing that whenever he kills a target, I'll just read what it is. So, it's called Sinister Laughter. Anytime he kills an enemy, roll a d6. On a 5 or 6, you gain 1 grit. So, didn't roll a 5 or 6, so nothing happened there. She's getting 2 attacks, so let's see if those 2 attacks actually make it. Whoops, that's a paradise. So, 2d6. 1 hit, 1 crit. Again, it's +3 damage. It doesn't matter. Can she see him? Is that being obstructed? It's... Yeah, it's being obstructed. She can't see this guy. So she's going to kill these 2. Man, she is good against these guys. So she gets 1 more. She has a limit on her rapid shot, and that's 3. So she's getting 1 more attack. If she hits it, it's dead. She kills it. She kills this guy. So that's another... What? 30 XP? Man, Montana is just wrecking. Even though she's got that problem, she's wrecking. That's the end of what she can do. Next is Isamu, and he's being held down right now. I can roll an escape test, and that's what I'm going to do. We need a 3+. So first, let me roll his grit. Doesn't get it, but an escape plus of 6, he gets it. He's going to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And he's going to start wailing on... What's the size of these things? That is a really important question here. They're large, so he's not going to get his +1. But he's getting +2 because he's got the... He's getting +2, so it'd be -1 on his rolls. But I can also... Does he have grit? He does. So I can double the damage on one of these attacks. He might be able to destroy these things if I plan this out right. So, first, I need to make 3+ attacks against these things. And I might as well make this the focus of all the attacks. This one right here. Maybe I can move this over a little bit. Maybe give you all a better... There we go. So what I'm saying... Yeah, it's that camera. That camera's really getting on my nerves. Alright. I'm going to try this one last time. Because... I want it to be in there via link, and it's just not doing it. mech is like red hot right now. Nope. I guess we're at the mercy of a terrible Wi-Fi connection to this thing. So he's going to roll up, and he's going to make 3 combat strikes at 3+. He doesn't get... I don't think he has any rerolls at all, but he does have a +3 damage with his rattlesnake fangs. So he's getting +1 damage for the Sword of Defiance. If he kills an enemy, every other adjacent enemy takes 1 wound, ignoring defense. So he's getting that. He's getting +1 damage for the Void Core. Oh, I forgot. At the start of every adventure, recover 1 grit. He has the Ring of the Heavens equipped, so he actually should be at 2 grit. Yeah, he should be at 2 grit. He's going to need that. And that's all he's really got for bonuses. He can reroll escape tests. That's pretty much all he's got. So he's getting 3 combat, +2 damage. And let's see what happens. I do get rerolls, though, if I want to. So he gets all 3 of them. No crits. Man, what the hell? Man, I'll take it, but either way, I was really, really hoping that I'd get some crits on these attacks. So, if I do roll high, though, I might double the damage with a grit. And it's once per fight, I think I get to do it. Once per turn. So, one of these hits is a 6. I'm doubling the damage on that. So, again, I'm going to be focus firing on this guy. So, here's the first strike. It's a 3. So, -1, 2 points of damage. And now, I get to... You know what? I'll do this for now. 2 points of damage, so he's getting 20 XP. Because it's 10 plus 5 for every wound. So, Isamu is getting 20 XP for that strike. And we go to monsters. And he's now got, what, 2 wounds on him? So, he's now got 2 wounds on that monster. Sorry, this one right here. Nice. I like that. That works out. That helps. Next, we'll do the next attack. And it deals 1 wound. So it dealt 1 wound against him. So Murphy gets, what, 15 experience? Not Murphy. Samu gets 15 experience. And the final strike. Come on, dude. He's at 3. He's got 12 health. I won't be able to kill him. Will I? Hold on. No. No, I won't be able to kill him. I was really hoping that I'd deal more damage than that. I guess I could have rolled that too. It's 4 damage -1, so 3 points of damage. I could just roll with that, or I could double it. Hold on. Actually, if I add the rattlesnake fangs, I can kill it. How many times has my internet crashed? This is getting on my nerves. It's clear skies. There shouldn't be any problems. It has been non-stop crashing. So it's gone down 1, 2, 3 times. Elon, do better. It's crashed 3 times. I don't understand why I'm having a problem with my internet. But I am showing some serious latency here. So I could kill it right now if I wanted to, and I'm thinking I might just do it because I don't want it spawning any of these guys. Because then it'll go first next turn. So yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go ahead and double the damage of that attack. So that was 4. It's gonna be an 8 now, plus 3 damage for the rattlesnake fangs. So 8, 9, 10, 11. So 10 points of damage. It's dead. So that's what, a total of 9 wounds that I got from it. So 45, 55 experience. And I'll just turn that off. So 55 experience for, who is this? For Isamu. 55. There we go. So we got 55 experience from Isamu. Next. Dude, I'm watching that thing drop down to 40% loss because of network issues. I need to find a new internet company then. Something that's a little bit more reliable. So that's Isamu's turn. He took this guy down. This guy's still alive. It could still spawn if I don't take it down. Luckily, Murphy is not next to this, so I can actually probably move him 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. As long as I move around it, I won't have to do any escape tests. So it's Murphy's turn, and Murphy's going to roll. He doesn't get his grip back, but he's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And he's going to start swinging. He should be able to take this down. This is the kind of enemy that Murphy wants to fight. So, let's see what happens. So, Murphy, he's got his reroll for damage. So Murphy gets his fire emblem, so he gets a reroll for damage. And he's also got +1 for the damage of his weapon. He still has his Miner's Canteen. I haven't used that yet. Actually, I forgot I have every single fight I have to roll a 2d6. Let me go ahead and do that now. This could be good, could be really bad. If I roll 7s. If I roll doubles, good stuff. Nothing. So, nothing happened on the dice roll. It's called Dead Man's Dice. At the start of every fight, not turn, but every fight, roll a 2d6. If doubles are rolled, you get your full grit back. If you roll a 7, you take 3 horror hits. And we all know Murphy's not good at horror hits. That's really all he's getting. Yeah, that's all he's getting. So, he's going to make 3 combat hits. He's getting +1 damage to the attack. And that is about it. If he rolls 8s, if he rolls 6 pluses, they're crits. If he rolls... Oh, that's right, they need to do damage. So, before that, I forgot about the acidic burst. So, whenever an enemy takes 1 or more wounds from an attack, which he took 2 hits, right? No, he took 3 hits. Every hero within 2 spaces takes 3 hits that do 2 damage each. So he needs to make 6 defenses against this. That is Isamu. This should have happened after he took those hits. Oof. 3 of them get through. Yeah, 3 of them get through, dealing 2 damage a pop, right? He doesn't have armor or anything anymore. If he had that armor, that would have been great. But I removed it. So he's getting... What is he getting? So he took 3. They're 2 points of damage a pop. Actually, he's taking 3 hits, so he needs to take 3 more. So, am I doing this right? Hold on. Yes. So he's getting, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 hits go by, dealing 2 damage, so 8 points of damage. Ouch. So Samu just took 8 points of damage after striking and destroying that one hatchling spire. That hurt. He might take some more too. So here we go with Murphy. He needs to make 3 combats with 1d8s. So 3 1d8 attacks. Are you freaking kidding me right now? I'm going to re-roll 2 of those. He gets a crit, but still. One hit, 1 crit. Very disappointing. Like, I'm always like hoping he'd get an 8. So he's getting 1 crit and 1 hit. So he's getting +1 damage. So it's going to be... We'll roll the crit first. So it's +1 on top of whatever he rolls. Yeah, we need to kill this thing. So, do I have any way of adding damage to this at all? I can re-roll a damage attack. Man, okay. So here's the critical. I'm gonna re-roll that. Come on. So, again, I'm noticing my internet's acting up. So, 6 points of damage. I'm going to use these bad boys. So 6 points of damage. Not 60, 6. There we go. So we put 6 points of damage on this guy. Thus, it's now doing... It's acidic burst. So Isamu and Murphy are now taking 3 hits that do 2 damage apiece. So here's Isamu first. He ignored 2 out of them. And 1 does 2 damage to him. He is bloodied. And then next is Murphy. Murphy is taking 3 hits as well. He needs 4 pluses. Again, 2 points of damage. So Murphy just took 2 points. Next attack is a standard attack. So he's doing -2 to the attack. I have no way of adding to this at all. Okay. So here's the roll for that. Does a solid 8. So another 6 points damage. It's dead. We destroyed it before it could spawn. But it explodes and deals damage to everybody within 2 spaces around it. So, again, Isamu with 3d6 needs to make 3 pluses against these. 2 of them get through, dealing 4 damage. He is not looking good. The Hatchling Spire, it's a spawning place for the Hellbats. These guys right here. Partially painted, but yeah, so like for these guys, those are the spawning pits for them, and that's what the model looks like. Pretty gross, but awesome at the same time. So Next is Murphy needs to take 3d6 as well. He saved. Did I already roll for him? No. He saved 2 of them. I thought he had armor or something right now. Didn't he? Who was it that had armor? Oh, wait, no, he doesn't. So he's taking 2 points of damage as well. So next we have... Did the camera move? No, it didn't. I just didn't move this in the right spot. So that thing is gone. We'll reset all. And next is the end of the turn. So we have to do... I need to move down the initiative order. Why is it doing that? That was strange. Possible bug. Also, 1 room, 2 rooms in, or 1 room in. So, 7+ test. Double 6s. Couldn't have come at a better time. So, I'll go ahead and read it off just the same so anybody new can see what happens. Whenever you're rolling on Hold Back the Darkness, also gross. So, whenever you hold back the darkness, if you fail, the darkness marker comes down, comes up the track this way. The blue one goes this way, and then if we pass, the yellow one, well, actually everything's fine. The other one goes down based on how many rooms are fine. If we roll doubles on the Hold Back the Darkness, there's a special rule. We no longer do anything on the track. We go to the depth event chart and see what happens. A roll of double 1s is bad. 2s are bad. 3s are bad. 4s are bad. 5s are still pretty, they're not horrible, but still bad. I think they're horror checks. 6s are like awesome. That is like you all kind of got like a second wind kind of thing. And I'll go ahead and read you what happens. If I remember correctly, it should be... Nope, not in the beginning. Is that it? Nope. Okay, here we go. So, depth event chart for the mines. On a double 6, it's Stubborn Resolve. This place is horrible and unforgiving, but you're not about to give up without a fight. Each hero may immediately heal D6 wound sanity any mix or recover 1 grit. KO'd heroes are immediately recovered, rolling for their injury, madness, and healing 2d6 wounds sanity, as normal for recovering a character. So I can either choose to get d6 wounds insanity or recover 1 grit, depending on how the characters are doing. So as we can see, Montana, I mean, there's nothing wrong with healing up a little bit, but some grit is always good. Obviously, Isamu's going to heal up. Probably going to heal up Enrique. Going to probably heal up Murphy. So let's go ahead and roll those heals up. Enrique's going to gain back a full 6. So that would bring him full on everything. So he's going to get back... I'm going to give him back 4 in his health. And I'm going to give him back 2 in his sanity. Next is Montana. She's been doing all right, so I'm probably just going to give her a grit. Brings her up to full, if I remember correctly. And then Samu desperately needs some health. He's getting the full 6. Awesome. That is probably going straight into his health. I should be getting... No, it's... The only time you actually get experience is when you're healing another character or yourself. So this doesn't give you any of that. So he's getting a full 6 health into his wounds. So no longer bloodied. And then, of course, Murphy, yeah, he needs health. He gets 1. That's okay. Hey, whatever. It's free. I'll put that into his health. So there we go. We got that, and that is the best possible thing that could happen during a holdback to darkness. Next, it's his turn. We don't need those monsters anymore. They are very much dead. So I'll just put that away and bring this guy up. He's gonna choose who he's going after. So we'll roll a 1d6. He's going after, that would be Murphy. No, Isamu. So he flies on over to Isamu. And he's going to attack him with 3d6. One goes through. Isamu is getting his 3 plus defense against it. He gets it. Doesn't do anything to him. But he also does need to make a horror test, so he's good. He needed a 5 plus. So that's the end for that guy. It's now Enrique's turn. What is Enrique gonna do? Enrique's gonna move up a little bit and fire 6 shots into that flying monstrosity. But first, he's going to roll for grit. He gets it. That would be Enrique. He gains 1 grit. Good for you, bud. And I haven't been logging the experience for Murphy on that one guy. What did he do? I know he did 2 hits right. Yeah, I didn't do the experience for Murphy. Hold on 1 second here. So he did 12 solid points, but if I remember correctly, he did... What happened? So Murphy came in. So he... Well, what I do know is that he got... Let me get that card back out. If I remember correctly, it's 10 plus 5 each. So 20, 120. Wow, he gained a lot of experience from that. It would be 60, so 80 points of experience for Murphy. I gotta remind myself to log that stuff in. So he's firing 6 shots into that creature. That would be Enrique. Don't mind me, I'm getting really, really hungry. He gets 2 hits. He's doing +1. He's doing 1 damage because of the Darkstone bullets. So it's -1 to my rolls. I'll just roll them both out. Yeah, it's dead. So Enrique gets 10 XP. And it is now over for that battle. So we do catch your breath first. Enrique went, so he's getting 1d3. Everybody else is getting 1d6 back. So Enrique, he's getting 1d3. Is he at full on everything? He's full on everything, so it doesn't matter. Montana, 1d6. She's getting 2 points back. I'm going to probably just plug that both into her sanity. Next is Isamu. Isamu's getting back 4. This is because they didn't activate this turn. So the rule was, if you activated during this turn, you got 1d3. Anybody who didn't activate gets 1d6. So Isamu is getting back 4, and I'm going to throw that into his... I'm going to put 1 point... Yeah, I'm going to put 1 point into his sanity, so this way we're going up a little bit. And I'll put 3 points into his health. Next is Murphy. Ooh, yeah, he needs some health. Another 1. Oh, Murph. Can't seem to get those free heals right. So, it's the end of the combat. We did the catch your breath for everybody. So now we need to start pulling out the loots. Let's see what everybody gets for this. So first things first, we'll start with the Enrique. He gets 2 loots. 50 XP is nice. So he gets 50 XP and he gets 2d6 times 25. So he's getting 100, 125 gold, but he's also getting an additional 25 per card because of Murphy's ability. So he's getting, what, 175 gold and 50 XP? So 175 gold for Enrique. And 50 XP for the loots. Next is Montana. Montana's getting 2 loots as well. Wow, okay, she's getting 500 gold. She's getting 550 gold and 40 XP. And she struck it rich. So she's getting 550 gold and 40 experience. I need to make it so that I got an idea for leveling up. I need to write that down. No, I'll remember it. I'm thinking that what I can do is I can have a cool effect come up when the character's level, that when they reach level 3 and they reach the experience that they need for it, boom, like something comes up to remind you you leveled up. Because you can level up at any point in this game. Like in the middle of a fight, you can just be like, once you get that experience, you're like, I'm leveling. And she's super close too. So that's Montana. Cosmic. Next is Isamu. Isamu's gaining. Wow, he's doing pretty good too. So we'll roll the 2 out. Ouch. So he's gaining 50, 75, 125 in gold because of Murphy's bonuses. And so 125 in gold and 40 in XP. So he's getting 125 in gold and 40 XP. And then finally, Murphy, who gets some serious bonuses if he finds cash, and Darkstone. To which I knew it. It was going to be Darkstone. We don't need it anymore. So he's getting 4 pieces of Darkstone. Oh, we are in trouble at the end of this adventure, aren't we? And 50 experience. And that's the end of the loot phase. Oh, we have so much Darkstone on this team. We need to sell it. We need to sell it so bad. But we're doing good. We got good health. We gained most of our health back. I might pull some bandages out for Samu, though. And maybe some sanity. So, I guess what we're going to do now... What time is it? Oh, we're still doing good on time. So... I hope you all are enjoying this. Even though some of this has been long here and there, and we're having problems with the connection and everything, it's still just a lot of fun doing all this and seeing all the craziness happening on the screen. I'm glad I was able to finally fix this up to look right, because originally I had the camera over here painting like this, and you were able to see everything I'm seeing, and I didn't like it. But if I get visitors who are going to show up and play, because I do have a couple people locally who want to join me on this, once I get everything settled and set up, I'm probably going to have to do that because I need that person to sit on that side of the table, and I'm probably going to have the camera here again looking down at the table. But what I might do is I might change that camera on the right side to be looking at the other player, and this one looking at me. Or if I have 3 other people joining, great. So, we're done with the fight. There's no additional rules. It's the end of the turn. We now go through initiative order here, which I should have done. They're all dead. Let me go ahead and get rid of their cards. There we go. And we are now at Hold Back the Darkness at 7+. And we get a 9. Cool. All right. We're good. I think we're just going to keep marching this direction. Unless Enrique can get over there. Because I want these 2 to be in the front. So, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. I think that's just a better idea. So I'm going to have Enrique roll for his grit first. He needs a 5 plus. Doesn't get it. He's going to move 1, 2, 3, 4. And he's going to check the other side of that door. I am so glad I got rid of his ability because he'd be taking corruption checks every time he walks through a door. That was the first. Why is that in there? It will, I'll just put that there for now. Actually, no, because I'm going to count that later. So what he finds is a corner passage. So we go down. Oh. It's from the Caverns of Cinder. Love the Caverns of Cinder. I really sometimes hope we find that place one of these days. So we find that passage. And obviously that's a doorway. And that's going to be his turn. Next, we're going to have Montana also roll for grit. She gets a 3, so she doesn't get it back. She's going to move 1, 2, 3, 4. And she's going to... I'm reaching the point where I don't like scavenging anymore. But she's going to go ahead and scavenge just the same. Because we do get experience for doing it. She doesn't find anything. I just hate growing a growing dread card stack and darkness cards. And we seem to pull those out more. We get more horror checks than we get anything else. So she moved up. She didn't find anything in this room. Next is going to be Isamu. And he's going to roll for his grit. Doesn't find it, but he's going to move up. 1, 2, 3. Well, hold on. Can I cross that? Yeah, I can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, he's going to move there, and he's going to go ahead and scavenge that very room. Doesn't find anything. Murphy's coming up next. He's rolling. Does not find his grit, but he does move up 1. Is there something I'm missing with him? No, he's good. It's Montana, the one that's got the debuffs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I might as well have him scavenge. Could you imagine? I see you're finding but undead horrors all day long. That's how it's been. I mean, when I first started this, before it looked all like this, and I had that horrible looking globe at the top of the screen with all the icons on it. Man, like, it was driving me crazy that I was getting good stuff. Like, I was always finding good scavenge. And then all of a sudden, I think it was like 2 weeks ago, like all of a sudden it's just like, I'm just constantly getting horror checks, nonstop horror checks. But anyway, as I was going to say, Madar, could you imagine that +5 scavenge with Murphy's 4, with his 4 scavenge? Rolling 9 dice on a scavenge would be insane. So 46. Except for the fact that for some reason Murphy just can't scavenge for the life of him. So that's the end of the turn. I gotta remind myself we need to go down and use this. End of the turn, we now do hold back the darkness at 7+. Murphy raises his lantern. We're safe for now. It's Enrique's first. It would be a nightmare if you find nothing but nightmares. I like what you did there. Enrique's first. He needs 5 pluses for his grit roll. And he gets it. I keep going for the pen and paper, but now I can do this, which is so awesome. Is he at max? No, he's not. So he's now got 2 grit. That's great. He's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4, and he's going to inspect the other room. And he peeks inside to find another rail split. Yeah, it should fit. Again, from the derelict ship expansion. That's another place I'm dying to go to. I want you all to see how cool the derelict ship stuff is. It's actually really scary. I played with not the bros, but with Devin one night. We played this. He played as a preacher. He always plays as a preacher. But anyway, he played as a preacher, and very first encounter he had in that game was it going on the derelict ship, and we go into this big room, and the card in the room said that one of the doorways opens up, blasts open, and it's now a hull breach. Everybody in there needs to make an agility or a strength test to try to avoid getting sucked out into space. Apparently, he failed, but I know you don't really get sucked down into space. Technically, we saved him in the end, but I think he took a crap ton of permanent damage, and I think he also got a madness just for being thrown into space. But it was hilarious watching it. I mean, derelict ship is actually frightening because we were getting hit by so many different types of monsters. Well, you know what? I'm going to go with the general rule that I usually do for this. This can overlap. I'm just going to say that, this is either going down further into the thing and this is just going underneath. So I'll just overlay as we go, if that's the doorway. So this is beginning to open up pretty well. But we will have to start removing tiles as we go. So that was Enrique's turn. That does create an exploration token on that tile. It's now going to be Montana's turn. Montana is going to move up. She can't really move up too far. She's just going to move up 1, 2, 3. We'll just do the 4. She'll be here. She basically has a 12 tile, a 12 range on her gun, so she can pretty much see everything down this line. So she's gonna move there, and she's going to scavenge that room with her 2. Doesn't find anything, so that's the end of her turn. Did I roll her grit? I don't remember. Oh, she's at max anyway, isn't she? Isamu is gonna roll for grit. Doesn't get it, but he does move up 1, 2, 3. I don't want anybody. If this is a battle, I don't want anybody. I want the least amount of people around him. And he's going to scavenge that room with his 3. He finds something. Be good this time. Okay, I'm going to use... I'm going to use the Murphy's ability. Yeah, the looking glass. And I'm going to attempt to get rid of that on a 5+. He's going to be taking 3 horror hits. He needs 5 pluses against these horror hits. That's 3 of them. They do 2 sanity damage a pop. He takes 4 points of sanity damage. But he gets 10 experience. So -4. Oh, look at that. He's already not doing well with his sanity. That sucks. But hey, that 10 XP is going to be worth its weight in gold. He's almost 3/4 of the way. So, man, one of these days I'm gonna get some decent scavenge cards. I'm not having good luck with that scavenging at all. You know what? Before the end of his turn, I'm gonna have him pop a whiskey. For actually, in Isamu's case, it's probably sake. You just see him pop a cork and just after whatever he saw. And we'll just get back some sanity. And he's going to get some experience from this, too. So let's see what he gets. He gets back 6 points. That's awesome. So he's going to get 30 experience for this. So he's getting 6 points of sanity back. And he's getting 30 experience for healing. We got to keep up with that. Okay, we're down to 10% on network loss, so I think we're doing okay. I think. Next is going to be Murphy. Murphy is going to first roll for grit and move up next to Isamu. Gets his grit back. So that brings him to what? 1 out of 3? Awesome. So he's now 1 out of 3 grit. He's standing next to Isamu. That room was scavenged. Should I bother scavenging it again? Yeah, why not? And it's always 1. Please be something different. Nothing found but 10 XP. I will gladly take that. I'm at awe that I'm constantly getting the horror checks. So Murphy gets 10 XP. Anybody hurt near him? How are we doing on damage and health? Now that I see Isamu's health, Murphy is going to spend one of his bandages. Is that Murphy? That's Murphy. He's going to spend one of his bandages to heal up Isamu. And what he's going to get is 2 points of health back. So Murphy is getting 10 experience for healing up, 5 per wound, and Isamu's going to be getting 2 wounds back. All right, he's doing all right. I think I'm good with that. No, I'm not. I'm going to spend 1 more. Might as well spend 1 more. So he's going to get back 1. I'm going to stop having Murphy heal people or himself. He's just terrible at his rolls. So Murphy's getting 5 XP. Samu's getting 1 health back. I need to remind myself to do that. So that's the end of all their activations. We now have to do the exploration phase of the game. And what we find, and that's been explored 2 times over, we do find a clue token. So now we have to roll. If I remember correctly, we find the room on a d6 roll plus how many? Plus 2 for every clue token we have. So right now it's plus 2, d6 plus 2. If we get an 8 plus, we found the layer. Which would be crazy if we found it now, and we'll also go down the dark depth track. That's very important. So adding 2 for each clue token they have found. So yes, we found 1 clue token. If it's not the room, we follow the rest on this card, which is 2 doorways and an attack, which I am more than fine with. So let's roll a d6 and see if it's the layer. If it's a 6, we got it. Nope, so it's not the layer yet. So we are doing an attack, and there's 2 doorways. So let's roll for the doorways. So the first doorway is this one, I'm guessing. Yep, and then the second doorway is this way. Yeah, I guess we can do that. So we'll just get rid of this. Doesn't really need to be in here. We're not going to go back that way anyway. So this way and this way. Actually, I'll keep that there just in case. Even though this is a progressive... This mission is a kind of a progressive mission, so we're just constantly going the same direction. We don't really... There's some that actually, like, at a certain point, the trail ends, and you have to turn around and go all the way back. There's one that does that. Doesn't really reward you too well, in my opinion. But when I saw that, I thought about it, and I was like, there could be one way where you're going so damn far, and then all of a sudden that hallway ends, and now you have to spend how much time coming back, watching that darkness go down the trail? Oof, that's rough. So we didn't find it yet, but we do have an attack. So let's see what it is we're going to be fighting. We are going to be taking on a medium threat. Oh, no. Okay, so we're taking on 4 Dread Inquisitors. You know, actually, I haven't fought these guys, but I fought their equivalent, the cultists, and they just kept spawning monsters. It was horrible. Okay. Dread Inquisitors. So, how many we're taking on? We're taking on 4. And I need the Shroud of Dead. Draw a Growing Dread card. Oh, and add it to the stack. Okay. I thought they had like some special rule. They might have some special rule. Let's go ahead and put their card away. So we're taking 4 of them on. Let me just get their models. Ugh. And they got some pretty cool models though. So there's one. And of course, there's the guys on the cover that you're seeing there with the staves. There's another one that looks like a leader. He's actually got his sword out, extended. It's not an ambush, right? Yeah, it's just a regular attack. But they did create a Growing Dread card. And now let's pull up their monster card and see what they're all about. It would be smart if I did this. There we go. Dread Inquisitors. There we go. And they're initiative 5. Therefore, I need to increase the maximum initiative level. Get rid of this. Initiative level 5 because they're 5. And let's read what they're all about. Bring out your dead. Bring out your dead! When this enemy group enters play, draw a Vile Plague card. Also, place D6 Rotten Corpse tokens on the board, placed as though they were enemies for initiative. Their initiative, what? 0? Okay. I don't have those tokens. I mean, I do. They're somewhere in that box over there. You know what? I'll see if I can find them. Oh. Very first ones I saw. Excellent. Not quite, but they are bodies, so I'll just use them. They're called what again? Rotten Corpse? I mean, they're corpses. Those are corpse piles. So they're initiative 0, so therefore they're in the back. So 1, 2, 3, 4. How many? D6? Let me roll that first. That would be very smart of me. So 3 of them. So 3 of them, and then these 4 fellers are going to be here. So I don't know what they're doing with them corpses. I don't want to know what they're doing with them corpses, but we are going to kill them and burn those things if we can do that. So their initiative 5. Health is okay. Actually, health is pretty high. Defense is about average. They do have fear, so that means the Samu gets +1 damage against these guys. When starting an activation against adjacent to these guys, they have a horror check of 1. So bring out your dead. When this enemy group enters play, draw a Vile Plague card. I forgot. I got to do that. Also place D6 Rotten Corpse tokens on the board as though they were enemies with initiative 1. Vicious Weapon. Dread Inquisitor hits, ignore armor, and have a damage value equal to the hit rolled. Oof. Fueled by Dread. Dread Inquisitors are +1 defense for each growing Dread card in the stack, so there are 4 defense right now. And +1 combat for each growing Dread. Man, my patience ran thin. I just went to the store. Time to start mixing Dayquil, cheap Robitussin, and other stuff. If I'm not making sense, now you know. Oh man, I'm sorry, dude. So, hold on a minute here. Sorry, are you feeling alright, bro? I mean, I should have connected the dots. You're taking Dayquil, but are you okay, man? I mean, I know it's that time of the year where things are kind of moving around. Kids being back in school and all. I'm drying up and hungry. So I'll be right back. I need to get Vile Plague cards. Ugh. I don't like being sick. Yeah, I don't think none of us do, man. It is the absolute worst. Okay, so we have to draw a random. I hope you get better, bro. Getting sick sucks. So we have to draw a Vile Plague card. Not sure what this is gonna do, but I'm curious and frightened. Just put that for here for now. So Vile Plague. Blistering skin. Your skin begins to turn red with large patches of blister and raw flesh bleeding from every pore. At the start of every turn, every hero with at least one undead model or corpse token on their... Oh wait. One undead model or corpse token on their map tile takes D3 wounds, ignoring defense and armor. Discard if no undead or corpse tokens are on the board. So, how much health do these things have? Is Rotten... Hold on, let me look up and see if Rotten Corpse has a monster card. That could make a world of difference. Rotten Corpse. No, they don't have a monster card. How did they go away? In this enemy group, okay. On the board, placed... Okay, so hold on a minute. How does one get rid of the corpse token? Let me see if there is a rules card for corpse tokens. Because that is... Whoops, that is not making sense to me. There usually is a rule on the card saying pull up, I don't know, some type of... Oop, that's gonna knock it over. Okay, so what do we have? Toxic clouds. Here we go. Corpse tokens. At the end of each turn during the fight, as long as there is at least one hero on or enemy model on the same map tile as the corpse token, roll a d6. On a roll of 1, remove it. On a roll of 5 or 6... Okay, hold on. On a roll of 1, remove it. Oh, okay, so it goes away at the end of the turn if it's a roll of 1. On a roll of 5 or 6, replace it with a well, it says Dishonored Dead, but I'm sure it's a zombie model at that point. If you do not have a Dishonored Dead to place, instead remove the marker and move the darkness 1 space forward on the track. So, Dishonored Dead is for the Forbidden Fortress expansion pack. So, they have like a whole bunch of models, and I'm pretty darn sure these aren't Dishonored Dead. These are These are probably the version for the Old West, which is going to be the corpse tokens for the Hungry Dead. Okay. Oh, rage. That's important. Here we go. Rotten corpse token, not corpse token. So, corpse token, I'll look to use dynamite or bombs, explosives. Oh, okay, yeah. So I've got the card right here. So the Vile Plagues cards represent a variety. I need to put this to the book. A variety of supernatural plagues and diseases that can be spread through sinister enemies. Each Vile Plague card lists an effect that it has and when it should be discarded. Rotten corpse tokens. These corpse tokens don't do anything on their own, but they are used to spread effects of the vile plagues. They do not rise up like other corpse tokens. So, huh. Online info. Yeah, see, when I'm noticing, so it's rotten corpse tokens. So like corpse tokens, apparently there's different rules for both of them because one of them can actually raise the hungry dead. Rotten corpse tokens, I think, have a different thing, but that's what it says here. Um, but there's no rules on how to get rid of them or how they go away. The only thing I can think of is when you kill all the enemies. See, here's cursed bodies. These are all new cards. I need to sleeve these and add them to the book. Each and every one of them. What is that? Help markers? Yep. So that's important. Doesn't tell me a whole lot, though. See, that's the thing, is that I'm not seeing anything on here. Discard if no undead or corpse tokens are on the board. But the weird thing is it doesn't say how to get rid of them. But I'll be honest with you. Yeah, see, that's for the monster expansion. The whole thing with the Anmarake Carrion Phoenix. Use dynamite or bombs. Explosive dynamites automatically destroy corpse tokens within their blast radius. This effect is instant and does not require a roll. I'm gonna go with that because to me, I feel like they should be like the Hungry Dead with no defense. Like you throw something at like dynamite, for example, should blow. Yeah. So I'm gonna go with that for now. And I just so happen to have plenty of dynamite. It's just the person who's holding it isn't exactly good at ranged attacks. I need to upgrade him. So I got to remember this. At the start of each turn, every hero with at least one undead model or corpse token on their map tile takes D3 wounds, ignoring armor or defense. These three happen to be on a tile that has three of those. So, and those guys aren't undead. God, they're initiative 5. I could make Enrique. I could have Enrique pop his feet and make him an 8 on his initiative, and just start lobbing dynamite. If I could, there are 9 health, but I do have those charges that charge that adds 2 damage to dynamite rolls. But that, at best, it would do 8 damage. Dang. Yeah, I need to hurt these guys. I need to hurt them, and I need to hurt them bad. Enrique's what? 2 grit? Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to attempt it. I'm going to pop his feet. Hmm. How far is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, he's got enough strength to be able to throw it. It's your strength value plus 3 for your throws. So I could move him there. and have him throw dynamite and destroy all 3 of those. He just has to make the roll. Or I could attempt to kill some of these guys who can do probably some decent damage. Yeah. There's no growing dread cards in the discard pile, so we're safe there, to be honest with you. So it's really just all about... I also saw that some of the characters have special abilities to remove them, like the sorcerers. Yeah, I haven't played as the sorcerer yet. I've always wanted to. The traveling monk is awesome. I loved the traveling monk. His level up abilities are really sick, and he heals. If I remember correctly, I think he heals. So I'm gonna go ahead and pop Enrique's feet, so this way he's a an 8 initiative. Smart thing to do is to throw the dynamite and destroy those corpse tokens, so that this way actually, first thing I need to do is actually follow those rules. So we need to do the blistering skin first. At the start of each turn, every hero... Okay, so these 3 need to make checks. They're each taking D3 wounds apiece. Sorry, my eyes are incredibly dry right now. So here's the first one. It's going to be on... We'll start with Enrique. He takes how many wounds? That's 2 wounds, so he needs to make... Is it ignoring defense and armor? It is, so he can't do anything. So he takes... D3 wounds. So he takes 2 wounds total. So that's Enrique. And I keep moving it. So -2. Next is going to be Isamu. He takes 1 wound. And then, oh, I better put on battle music too. And then next is Murphy with 1 wound as well. Okay, we can handle that. So let's see. We did all that. Plum forgot where I was going with this, or something else I was going to do. We did this card. I'm now going to go with... I'm going to pop Enrique's ability, and I'm going to roll for his grit. Is he max grit? No, he's not. I'm going to roll for grit. 5+. He gets it. So Enrique gets full grit. Dude is packing. So he's going to move over here so you can see more characters, more enemies. You can actually kind of get all of them in line. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, he can get all of them. Since I've got grit, I kind of want to use the gun. But I also don't like those corpse piles dealing damage to everybody. But I really, really, really don't like... I really don't like these guys. Because what are they getting? +1 combat for each growing dread in the discard pile. They're +1 defense. They're a 4 defense. What's their damage again? Dread Inquisitor hits ignore armor and have a damage equal to the hit roll. Ooh. Unfortunately, I won't do too much damage with the dynamite on these guys. I mean, it'll go through their defense, but at best I'll get 6 damage on them. So I think I can do better if I can get Enrique to get more hits on them. Better yet, criticals. So, and he's getting 6 shots with +1 damage on them, which would bring them down to regular defense. But if I get some criticals, that's +1 damage on top of the whole thing. So the dynamite right now, probably not a option. So I'm going to go ahead and use... I'm going to do his pistol shots. I'm going to see if I can take a couple of them down before they come in and start beating the hell out of us. So 6 shots, and I do have grit, so I can re-roll them. That's 1 critical, 2 hits. I'm going to spend 1 grit to re-roll 3. So 1 crit, 2 hits. Nice! Okay, so 2 criticals and 3 regular hits. So I'm going to dish out the criticals first. So I'll put it on this guy right here. I might as well get the marker ready. So 2 criticals, 3 regular hits, +1 damage. So +1 to whatever I roll, and I do have grit to reroll damage if it's really, really low, and I freaking knew it. I was like, because I'm thinking about it, I'm gonna roll a 1. Well, I rolled a 1 on that. Not acceptable. I will spend a grit to reroll that damage. I mean, it's 1 extra point, 3 points of damage. That's just sad. So let me go ahead and get some markers out here. So that's what? 3 points of damage. Whoops. So this guy here has 3 points of damage. And that's going to give... Oh, they don't have damage buildups. Wow. So then his next shot, +1 to the roll. It's the critical. Yeah, I'll take it. So 5 points of damage. So we'll add 5 points of damage to that. I might get rid of the 0 in there and just let it... I'm tired of having to run over it. So he's got 1 health point left. So here's one of the 3 regular hits. I think this was definitely the better idea. Kind of thin their numbers out. So the next hit is -3 to what I rolled because of the +1 damage from the bullets. So I do have 3 shots left. I just need to roll a 4+ to kill this guy. Is that a 5? It's a 3. So it met his defense. The next shot, 2 damage. That kills him. So it's 40 XP, and this guy is dead. So I can kind of put that one away. So Enrique gets 40 XP. Glad I did this. At least we whittled them down to 3 guys. There we go with that. And he still has 1 shot left. I'm going to go ahead and put it on this guy. And 4+ deals some damage. So 1 point of damage on him. And that is on this feller right here. How's that looking, by the way? Do you all like that? The health markers, being able to move them around the board and keep them around the enemies. I really want you all to actually see their health, because when I was using the health tokens or the health dials that I was using, you all can't see it, and it's also a little hard for me to read because I don't know, the lettering was so small. And here I can actually make it as big as I want it to be. Those dials went as far as 20 wounds. That's it. But I hope they're working out for you as much as they're working out for me. The number you see under the actual wound is a reference for me, and I might use it later also for targeting reasons. But I have 15 different tokens I can use, and that's just reminding me which token I'm changing. And eventually, like I said, I'll probably be adding modified tokens, so that this way I can have the bleeding. For players, I can put bleeding, I can put poison, I can put venom, and I can just put that next to the player, and it'll tell you how many more points or tokens they have on them. A lot easier than dishing out tokens. And I figured 15 is going to be enough. I say that. So he's got 1 wound on him, and it's now the end of Enrique's turn, and it's now these guys. Matter of fact, I actually think I forgot something. I forgot to do Hold Back the Darkness. So let me go ahead and do that. That's depth events. I have nothing to stop this. Oh my god. Okay, so Dark Dread. Draw a Growing Dread card and add it to the stack is what would have happened. Which makes these guys a higher defense. Does it? Shit. Okay, so... Sorry for that. we'll say he has no damage on him, because I would have needed 2 points of damage to kill this guy. So we'll just say there's no damage on him, and the other guy's still dead. Freaking Growing Dread card, man. That sucks. Anyway, so next is them, and their initiative 5. And they're going to... What are they going to do? They're going to move on up and start swinging. They're only 3 pluses. And what do they get for combat? There's no Growing Dread cards in a discard pile, so we're good there. So they're going to move up. They're going to choose random targets. So this guy, they can only go after these two. So we're going to do... we're going to roll for random character targeting. Isamu's going to be a 1 through 3. 4 through 6 is going to be Murphy right here. So this guy's going after Murphy. So he moves on up. This one is going after Isamu. So he just moves on up here. And this one is going after... What's their movement speed, by the way? 5. Isamu as well. So these two are going after Isamu. This one's going after Murphy. So they're making 1 combat, but the roll on it to hit is equal to the damage roll. So if they roll 6s, that's 6 damage. But we can still have a chance to get rid of that stuff. So here's the first swing at Isamu. He's a 3 plus. Of course he rolls a 6. Isamu does have a 3 plus defense though. So he avoided that attack. The next attack is from this guy. Does not make it. Next one is on... that would be on Murphy. Is that really all that they do? Yeah. Their thing is the Vile Plague. That's all they can really do. Okay, so the next one on Murphy gets it. It would do 3 damage, but Murphy needs a 4 plus to avoid it. Does not get it. So 3 points of damage is going to Murphy. Where are you, Murphy? So that was 3. So 3 points of damage is what Murphy just took. So he's down to 14 out of 21 health. That's the end of their activation. It's now... It would be Enrique, but I popped Enrique's feet. So we're moving on to Montana. Unfortunately, Montana can't get crits because of her mutation that we failed twice on. I'm going to have her move... Well, first I'm going to have her roll for grit. Oh, wait, she's at full. Doesn't matter. What a waste. 1, 2, and she should actually be able to see all of them. Corner to corner. Yeah, she can see each and every one of them. So she's going to be making range 3. So she's got 3 ranged attacks. And she's getting +1 damage to those... Well, that's Enrique, sorry. So she's getting +2... +3 for the Darkstone bullets. So she's getting +3 to her attacks on her damage rolls. She's getting her reroll to hit and her reroll to damage. And she's getting 3 shots. That's all she's getting. And then, of course, she gets rapid shot if she kills anybody. And that's it. So let's go ahead and roll her to hits first. She needs 4 pluses. She's going to grit roll. Where is it? Player 2. And we're going to remove a grit because we want her to re-roll that crap. That's just BS right there. Wow. 6 attempts, and she failed all of them. Well, that's Montana's turn. She did absolutely nothing. Next is Isamu. I could choose Murphy if I wanted to, but I really want Isamu. Well, Murphy would deal some serious damage against these guys. I'm going to go with Asamu. So, but Asamu needs to make fear checks. He is surrounded by all three of them. So he needs to make one horde test each. So that's 3d6, 5 plus saves. How's he doing on his... He's doing all right on his sanity. He doesn't save two of them, so he takes 2 points of damage. Let's go to Asamu here and remove 2 points of health here, or sanity. I clicked on the wrong one. Sanity. There we go. -2. I'm glad that prompt comes up. So he took 2 points of sanity. Now he gets to fight them. And none of them have any wounds, but he's getting +1 damage on top of everything. So let's take a look at what he's getting. He's getting a lot of damage on these guys because they're also a medium base. So he's getting +1 damage for them being medium based. He's getting +1 damage for... No, +2 damage for the Sword of Defiance with the Void Crystal in it. So he's at 3. And he's getting +1 damage for them being fear, terror, for having fear, horror, or terror, or unspeakable horror. So 4 +4 damage. So they are a... What are they? A 5 defense right now? Hopefully he gets some crits. But I can still spend grit, and he has 2 grit. I can still spend grit to deal some serious damage. Did I roll for his grit? I don't think I did. So I'm going to roll for his grit. Or did I? Either way, he failed. So he's getting 4 damage to these. He doesn't get any rerolls. I used the Rattlesnake Fang during that last fight, so I can't use that anymore. So he's going to make 4 combat hits, or 4 combat attacks, at 3+. Come on, buddy. I can't get any crits with anybody. What is going on here? So he gets 2 hits. I'm not going to accept that. I'm going to spend a grit to reroll that 1. My rolls are total crap today. So I'm getting 2 regular hits +4, -1 to what I roll is basically what these are going to be. Wow, he should be doing stupid damage against these guys, but I can't roll anything. Like, nobody's getting... Yeah, I'm not really getting much with these guys today. Or at least this round. So, alright, 2 hits at -1. So here's the first one. And I can still... If I get a 6 on any of these, I am going to double that damage with a grit. So here's the first one. I'm going to declare it on the guy here, right here in front of him, probably. Dice have decided. They sure have. So no damage there. And then the next one, also on the guy in front of him. Oh my god. Okay, so 2 points of damage. These guys shouldn't really be this hard, but it's obvious I'm not rolling good at all. So he took 2 points of damage. That's this guy right here. That's messed up. He has 4 damage on these guys, and all he could do was 1 because I rolled 1s and a 3. Or was that a 2? It's 3 damage. Hold on. I'm doing 4 damage. They're getting +1. Oh, yeah, 2 damage. Okay, so there we go. So, all right, so we're going to Murphy. Murphy, don't let me down. Grit roll. He gets a grit. Is he already at max? No, he's not. So Murphy generates 1 grit back. Oh, all right, so he gets 1 grit back. Now, what are we going to do? He's going to swing with his pickaxe. He's getting reroll on damage. He has 2 grit, so he can reroll if he needed to. He's only getting +1 damage on this thing. Yeah, but his chances of getting criticals are much higher. Yeah, that's all he's getting. All right, 3d8. Let's see what he gets. Couple crit, one crit. I'm going to grit roll that miss. I don't know why I'm not getting max. I have not rolled an 8 with him yet, and it's really getting on my nerves. So, -1 to his grit, and I'm going to re-roll one of those. At least I got 2 crits. So whatever I roll +1, because they don't ignore they don't ignore criticals, so they don't have armor. So whatever I roll +1. And I get a reroll on damage though, so that's good. So obviously the guy who's got a wound on him. Let's do this. So whatever I roll +1. So here's the first attack. This is the crit. I know I could do better than that. So I did get 2 crits, right? I had a 7 and a 6 because I re-rolled that, and I have 1 regular hit. It does, I guess it does 4 damage. I'm gonna be right back. I have somebody knocking on the door. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. So I did 4 point. Murphy did 4 points of damage on that first critical, right? So let me go ahead and give. Well, Murphy doesn't get any experience for this, so I'm just going to add that 4 damage to him. So he's now got 4 wounds. I mean, the next crit should kill him, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to try the regular hit first and see if that. I'd have to roll like. He's got 5 defense. I need to roll a 7 plus to kill him. Right? A 7 plus. Am I doing that right? Hold on. So he's got 5 defense. If I roll a 7, that's 2, but I'm getting +1. So, yeah, I would need a 7 plus to kill him. Oh, don't forget to hydrate. Thanks, bro. Appreciate that. Oh, I'm getting dry. I get 2 into this. So, I would need to roll a 7 plus to kill this guy. But I do have my my damage reroll. You know what? I need one of them dead guaranteed. I don't think I want to take the risk. So I'm going to just roll the critical damage on this guy, and it should kill him. Yeah, that's enough. So 6 points of damage against his 3 that's left over. He's dead. So that generates we'll get rid of that token. And that gives Murphy another 40 experience. I'm just very disappointed in Montana. I thought she was going to do more than what she did. Because I really want her to level up. She is 110 points away from rank 4, and Murphy's not too far behind. Once they level up, we're taking on medium-based enemies with one elite ability. That'll be fun. So that's the end of Murphy's turn. Oh wait, no, he's got one attack that's a base attack. +1 to what he rolls. So let's see what he does. I'm going to put on the guy right in front of him because obviously that's the only target that he's got. No, does nothing. You know what? I have a damage reroll. All right. So 9 points of damage. Minus the 4 defense. So he takes... 5 defense. So he takes, what, 4 points of damage? It's too bad that wasn't the crit. But he's now got 4 points of damage on him. God, if this was a touchscreen, that'd be so cool. I can just click and drag. Right on this guy. So, that's the end of the round. Everybody's activated. They're going to go first next time. That sucks. So now we're hold back the darkness test. At 7+, was it? We did it. Hell yeah. Good. Actually, how many rooms are we in? 1, 2, 3, 4. We should be 4 rooms in. I didn't bring that up one. That's why I kind of want the tile cards to be in here. Or have a prompt come up reminding me if I am actually exploring a room. So tile cards would make sense. So it's the beginning of the round. They go first. I feel like it should be brighter. It works enough. That works well enough. Sorry, I'm looking at the lightning around the card, and I'm like, I feel like it should be a little bit brighter than that. So, what we're going to do is these guys, they don't change targets every turn, so they're still on the same people. This one's still on Isamu, this one's still on him, but actually it's the beginning of the round, so we do have to do the plague card first. So at the start of every round, every hero, so these are still in existence, so these 3 are actually taking damage. So they need to make... No, they're not making any tests, they're just taking damage. So we'll start with Enrique. He's going to be taking solid 3 wounds. So a -3 to his health. Then Isamu, also taking 3 wounds. It's getting worse in here. And then finally, Murphy. Murphy takes 1. Good for you, Murph. So now it's their turn, and they're going to start making their combat attacks. Again, there's no growing dread cards in a discard pile, so we're not worried about that. But they are still going to be making their attack rolls. So their combat, this one's going to be making one against Isamu. You guys are actually rather weak. Oh, wow, of course, he rolls a big 6. And Isamu needs to make a 3+. Just barely gets it. And then this one's going after Murphy. Again with a 6. And Murphy needs to make a 4+. And he makes that. So he's safe. So I'm guessing that the real drawback to these guys is really just those corpse piles constantly doing awful things to the players every turn. Because unless... I'm going to have to research and see what exactly there is to do against these guys. And I know I have their book. It's somewhere. I have their book somewhere that should tell me how to properly get rid of those tokens. But I'm kind of suspecting at the end of this turn, if there's none of these guys here, these are gone. Um, as they were enemies with initiative 1. I'm guessing we just go over there and shoot them with 1 health. That's what I'm going to rule for now. But I'll look up the rules later. So that's their turn. Its next is Enrique. And they do bring fear, but he's going to, again, well, how far is he from them? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So he actually can reach these two. I'm just going to fire 6 shots into those guys. Actually, I can decide where I want the bullets. So 6 shots. Actually, first, where's his grit? He needs to roll for grit. 5 pluses. Nope. So he's going to fire 6 shots. Ho, 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 ho. Enrique with 3 crits. I'm going to go ahead and spend a grit to re-roll the 4 misses. So 3 more shots. Okay, didn't get them. But either way, there's the crits I've been waiting for. So I could just start lobbing these shots into these guys and probably take them down. Because I am getting +1 to the damage rolls. So it's whatever I roll, +1. If I wanted to, I can just say they're dead. The other corpse token would still be out of range, so there technically would still be a corpse token, so no point in doing it. I'm just going to go ahead and start lobbing these shots into these guys. So the first guy is taking whatever I roll +1. So here's the first shot. So 5 points of damage. He is dead. He's got 4. I'm glad I got these tokens up here. So he's got 4 wounds, meaning he's got 5 health left. I rolled a 4 +1 damage. Thank God for those Darkstone bullets. He is a goner. So Enrique just gained 40 experience for that kill. So I can get rid of that token. Or actually, I might keep it around. Well, actually, I can get rid of that token. And his next 2 shots that are crits also going into this guy. So +1 do I roll in the first shot. So 6 points of damage. Yeah, I need to get rid of that 0. So he's got 6 points of damage on him. And then he's going to take another +1. Just enough to kill him. 3 points of damage. He's got 9 health total. 6 wounds already on him. He's gone. Dude, Enrique just busted out those pistols and unloaded on these guys. That's awesome. So another 40 experience for our boy Enrique. Yeah, he can do, like, what I saw when I looked through the booklet. Banditos can be amazing with their melee. Because if you look them up, they're really technically a 4+ on their melee, 5+ range on their range, 5+ on their ranged. So they're really incredibly good in melee, and their melee skill tree is stupid good. Especially if you go up the if you tie it along with the explosive track, I think you can turn your fist your melee attacks with grit. You can spend a grit to turn some of your melee attacks into explosive damage. So you're actually adding, I think, like 2d6 damage to the roll because you're using an explosive. It's really, really good, but it requires you to be like level 4 minimum to get that. And then, of course, you need to start going up your melee to really... He becomes a powerhouse in melee. So, we only took on 1... well... Yeah. So, we technically only took on 1 enemy group. Because those... Even though they're saying that they were... placed as though they were enemies with initiative 1, that's just for placement. So... These are gone. And, oh, you know what? I'll stick with that rule that they're still there. But, that's what's weird. They're not treated as enemies, though. That's the thing. So I'm gonna say they're gone at the end of that. Once, as long as there's no enemies that use that, as long as there's no enemies on the board, they wipe out. Um, so Enrique went, rocked their worlds. So we still have the catch your breath phase. So Enrique's gonna get 1d3 back. Everybody else is getting 1d6 back. So let's go ahead and roll those. Enrique is gonna get back 1 point. I'm gonna go put it into his health. Next is Montana. And she could use some points. I mean, no matter what, she's gonna get 1, and that's all she needs. So Montana's gonna gain 1 health back. Next is going to be Isamu. He's gonna generate 5 points. Yeah, you could totally use them. I might put 4 in health and 1 in sanity. So let's go to Isamu. He's getting 1 point of sanity, 4 points of health. Nice. And then finally, Murphy. Okay. I was like, come on, Murph. Let's see that freaking 1, buddy. That's what he's been rolling. He's going to get 3 points back. I am dumping them, of course, into his health. That's the only thing he's got left, really, on damage. So he needs health, too. Because he's about, what, at this point, 5 shy? How are we doing on time? Okay. I'll give us another half an hour. Because I'm pretty vested in this adventure right now. Next, we need to do loots. And what we're going to get... scavenge. And you know what? Let me get rid of those monster cards first. We don't really need them. Cosmic, you are 100% right on that. Murphy has had it pretty darn rough. But he is, I mean, yeah, he's had it pretty rough. I'm not going to fight you on that. So let's do the loots. We're going to start with Enrique. Enrique is getting back, well, getting 50 gold and 30 XP. 50 gold because he's getting 25 for Murphy's ability. So he's generating 50 points, well, 50 gold, and he's generating 30 experience. You get the max experience you can possibly get. Good for him. And then we got Montana. Gear card. So Montana's generating 20 XP. And she finds, we're not in another world, right? We're in the mines. So she gets a gear card. And what she finds is a Scafford pistol. It's got range 8, shots 1, +1 shots for each mutation you have, limit of 3. Whoa! And it's got 2 upgrade slots. I'm beginning to wish I never got rid of Enrique's tentacle mustache, because he had one too. Because if I can tentacle that guy up, if I could mutate Enrique up, imagine having a 4-shot pistol that he can crit with. Oh my god. And I can up that too to a 5-shot pistol if I could. Because I can give it 2 upgrades, or I can give it the Darkstone grip, making it 2 shots +1 shot for each mutation. I am keeping this. So, but the only problem is, of course, you're playing very risky having that many mutations. But I am keeping that. That is really, really, really good. And dangerous. So next, that was Montana, right? Yeah. So next is, she gained her XP. God, she's so close to leveling. Is Samu's next. Wow. So 50 gold and 30 XP. So 50 gold for Murph because Murphy's giving him 25, and then 30 experience for Samu. And then finally, Murphy. What does Murphy get? This could be a pretty good find here. If he rolls high, that's good enough. So he's getting 100 times 2 because of his not his prospector ability. I have an ability, an upgrade that I gave him, where he gets times 2 what he finds. And I'm gonna turn the light on. It's getting dark in here. So he gets times 2 and the plus 25 gold. So he's getting 225 gold and 20 XP. There's a reason why Murphy is usually pretty rich. But everybody else seems to be gaining from that too. And then 20 XP. Whoa. Damon 1977, thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream. If you're not familiar with what I'm playing, it's a board game called Shadows of Brimstone, and it's basically a dungeon crawler with the town stay and everything in it. And as far as themes are concerned, it's basically Old West and feudal Japan, again versus Lovecraftian horror, Norse mythology, Japanese mythology, all these things. It's quite a crazy adventure, and it's up to 6 players. Recommended 4, but you can play 6 players. It just becomes really, really hard. But welcome to the stream, and thank you for the follow, and I hope you enjoy. Where are we? I'm gonna get rid of this card. Oh, I need to click. So I'll get rid of that card, and we are gonna continue down the initiative order because we did finish, and now we have to do Hold Back the Darkness at 7+. So 2d6. Murphy still got his lantern. He's holding that thing up, and he's trying to stop everything from coming out. Is that a 6 plus 2? So 8. We passed. So we now are on to the next round, and we're starting off with... Oh, I need to change the max initiative order here. There we go. So Enrique's first. So Enrique, he's back here. We're going to have him roll for grit because he has been spending his grit recently. Actually, he's spent all of it. He needed a 5 or 6. He doesn't get it. I think we're going to make our way... how far is he? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's faster if we go this direction. So we'll just do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And he's not close enough to the door, so he's going to spend this time scavenging. I know at this point scavenging just always seems like a bad idea, but hey, free XP, and sometimes you might find something good. How's he doing on health and everything anyway? He's doing all right. So that's the end of his activation. Next is going to be Montana. We're going to roll for her grit first. She does not get it, but she's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4, and she's also going to scavenge. How's she doing on health? Good. So she's going to roll 2d6. Finds nothing. Next is Samu. Is Samu also going to roll on grit because he's not at max, is he? Nobody is. So he needs a 6. Doesn't get it. So he's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and he's going to peek through this doorway. Let's see what he finds. Damn. Okay. He finds... Goes up. He finds a cross passage. Oh, and the Tredaran expansion. Very easy to find. So I'll put that there just to remind us what tokens we've been finding this adventure. Eventually I will add them amongst all the other things I'm trying to add to this stream. My goal is to actually... I'll show you the animation for it. So the animation for exploration, when I add it, is going to be this. You're going to see this compass come up, flutter away, and you're going to see an icon pop up that represents these guys. And It'll be on the screen for maybe 4 seconds, 3 or 4 seconds, and then I'm going to have it go to the top of the screen right over here underneath the depth track. So this way it kind of keeps track of what we've got in this, and we can see how many clue tokens we got, and it'll put them in the order that they're supposed to be in. Pretty excited to add that, and I already have an idea how I'm going to do it, and it's going to work. I know it's going to work. So that's what we found in here. Let me go and move everything around. I want to get a better angle here so y'all can see. Each one of these is a doorway. Whoops. Okay. So, Isamu moved on up. He's peeked through that room. There's nothing in there but a cross section. That's the end of his turn. Next is Murphy. Murphy's going to also roll for his grit. Doesn't find any. But he's going to move on up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm glad I got rid of his debuff. And he's going to scavenge the room prior with his 4d6. He cannot make them. He's got 4d6 and he cannot make them. Okay, so that's the end of Murphy's turn. Everybody's activated. It's the end of the round. I keep forgetting to do this. And we're now back to hold back the darkness. Actually, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay, good. So we're now at... We're still at 7+. I was a little bit worried for a second there that I might have skipped a room. So we get an 11. We're good to go. So it's the beginning of the round again. Enrique's first. And he's going to... What is he going to do? Fastest way would probably be that direction. So he's going to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and he's going to peek through that door. And what he finds is... Oh my god. Okay, so he finds... This is going to be a long mission. He finds a T-junction. This is a very deep cave. I'll hide these somewhere. Oof. So he finds a T-junction. Oops. And we'll say both of these are doorways. This has been a pretty cool dungeon so far. Once everybody gets in here, I'll kind of clear this area out. And, I mean, generally the rules are you can decide what you want to do. You could just say this overlaps, and that's what I'm doing. I'm like, the way I'm picturing it is that this dungeon's just going deeper and deeper down into the ground. So it's just kind of going underneath. And what I'm going to do is I'll just kind of start pulling tiles as we go, so long as nobody's on them. If I had a bigger table, I'd keep it all out there. Because it is actually pretty cool by the end of the stream to just kind of like zoom out and just see all the whole thing we went through. It's kind of a bummer we haven't done any encounters, nothing. This has just been, we've been exploring room from room because we keep running into these passages. So that's his turn. Next is Montana. She's going to roll for grit. Nice. She gets 1 back. And she's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. Everybody's out of that room. And she's going to do a scavenging here. Finds nothing. Next is going to be Isamu. I need to remind myself to use this. So Isamu's next. He doesn't get his grit back, but he's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Kind of protect as many people as he can. And he's going to scavenge that room. He's got a 3 scavenge because he's a mercenary. Nothing. Next is Murphy. He's going to roll for his grit. He doesn't get it, but he's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And he's going to scavenge with his 4d6 as well. He finds something. And what Murphy finds is... Nice! Something shiny. So he gets 10 XP. Where are you, Murph? There you are. Murphy gets 10 experience, and I got to roll a d6 to see exactly what it is that he found. Nice. He gets an artifact. So he finds an artifact from the mines. Let me see what he gets. Very fitting for what we just fought. He finds the Book of the Occult. So it gives +1 lore. Does weigh a lot, and I think everybody's pretty much at max weight. But he gets lore +1, or whoever wears it gets lore +1 once per adventure. Prevent the darkness from moving on the death track. Oh, I need to sacrifice something for that. So let's see what everybody's got for strength. Murphy has 5, so he can hold what, 7 items? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And the traveling pants is also 1, so 7. He's actually at max. Actually, is he? Hold on. No, he's at 8. Satchel Exploration doesn't take anything. Stagecoach is not an item. That's an upgrade. That's an upgrade. I think Murphy can wear this. So what I'm going to do, I know, right, Cosmic? Murph had a really good find. It's not worth too much, but I mean, once per adventure, prevent the depth track from moving. That's priceless. You can't put a price on that. That is something I want to keep. So, and I'm sure Murph's thinking the same way, especially being someone who's. Can you imagine that? A prospector who's got like his giant pickaxe, walking through this dungeon holding a lantern while holding a Book of the Occult, like reciting sermons as bad things are coming at him. It's pretty hilarious. So, Book of Occult. Again, that's going to be my next goal. I'm going to create square character sheets that fit inside. Come on, Tony. I'm pressing the wrong button. Okay, so that fit inside these panels. So what I want them to sit inside these panels so we can actually kind of just read them. I can have them go off screen or have them come on screen, or I can have them go center. That's my goal. The next thing I'm going to do is add that so that I can get rid of this. And I can do everything straight live. That is awesome. I cannot wait for that. So he's going to get that. The Book of the Occult is worth 325. +1 lore. That's good. That brings him to a 4. So this way you all can kind of follow along as I have all that stuff written out. It's by hilarious, you mean awesome? Then I agree. Yeah. Yeah, it's awesome. I just like saying hilarious because I just think it's funny watching this bearded old man going down there, like yelling and screaming at dark clouds trying to consume him. Lay off! So, +1 lore, once per adventure. Prevent the darkness. And as I edit it, it'll all be live. So I'll be typing, and you'll see me typing the information on the card. So you can see how bad I am at spelling and all that. Prevent the darkness from moving on the death track. And that is 1 weight. And that takes up all his weight slots. So he is officially, yeah, he is officially done with what he can carry. That is a really awesome card. Again, very fitting for what we just fought. So, moving on. God, I really want to put this pistol on Enrique, but I need him to get some mutations. It's like now I'm at the point where it's like, he needs them. So, that is the end of everybody's activations, correct? And so now we're back to Hold Back the Darkness, but at 8+ this time. So, 2d6. We don't get it. So I have something called the Book of the Occult. I think I'm gonna use it. So we're gonna use the Book of the Occult to stop that from going down the track. What timing? That's great. He just picks it up and just flips off the darkness. So there we go. We ignored the darkness this round because of the Book of the Occult, but that's once per adventure. God, that thing's amazing. So I'm gonna get rid of this because chances are we're gonna be going through that doorway. We did scavenge this room. I really want you all to see the derelict ship. I love the derelict ship stuff. But we still have other places you haven't seen it either. Oh, I don't want that to bend. I don't want that to happen. So I'll just keep this out. These are gone. Those horrible things are gone. Keep these probably here. Where's the vial deck? There it is. This I do want to keep. So that's the end of that. It's now the beginning of the turn. Enrique goes up. He needs a 5 or 6 for his grit. He doesn't find it. But I'm going to have him come around that corner. 1, 2, 3, 4. And he's going to peek through that doorway. Hopefully we don't get a passage again. We sure don't. We find a crossing station. With an advanced encounter rule, which I might just go ahead and do. That is Tredarin expansion. Oh. It's going this direction. And we'll just kind of turn it this way. Oh, yeah, Murph was here. Okay, so we'll do that. That will generate an exploration token. And it does have special rules. We'll get rid of these from the sides. I need to paint these. Or at least finish painting them. They're not the greatest looking, but I can make them better. Enrique moves in the room, he explores it, or peeks through. We did that. And now we need to go on to Montana. Montana's going to... Oh, no. Well, we can do the encounter after everything. So, Montana's going to move up. She doesn't get her grit, but she's going to move up. 1, 2, 3... Well, let's just... Unless I can spend a grit. I could spend a grit and have her keep up with everybody, because she is a little behind. Everybody's fast, but her... So, I guess I'll do that. So she can keep up. Because then I can move her up 1, 2, 3, 4 right next to... yeah, that's perfect. So I have the hunch we're going to see something in this room. So I need to remove from Montana 1 grit. I'm glad all this is working. 1, 2, 3, 4. And she's going to scavenge the room that she was just... This room right here. She finds something. And she gains... Nothing here, but 10 XP. For her, she's getting super close to leveling. So 10 XP is very welcome. She's 80 points away. Oh, she's so close. So that's the end of her turn. That room's been scavenged. Cannot wait to get my actual dice, but I do love seeing it on here. Next is Isamu. He's going to roll for grit. Does not get it, but he's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4. And he's going to search that room with his 3. Doesn't find anything. Next is... Actually, how is he doing on health? Murphy could use some heals. Enrique maybe? No, I think Enrique's good. So Murph's gonna roll for his grit, but now he's gonna move up one, two. Hold on. One, two, three, four, and he's gonna pop a yeah. He's gonna pop a bandage. He's gonna steal one from who is that? Montana. She's got like a ton of them. So popping one of, he's gonna take one of Montana's bandages and apply it to himself, healing himself four. He just can't do it. Every time Murphy tries to heal himself, it's always a one. You know what? I'm gonna do it again. No, no, that's good. So Murphy gets 1 point of health, and he gains 5 XP for healing himself. I know, Cosmic. I know. Don't diss him. He did make an amazing find. I can't help it. I have to troll him. It'll make him stronger in the end. He's trying his best. Actually, I think he's worn out at this point. He's been adventuring for almost a solid month now. He's the only character that's other than Isamu. Actually, these guys have lasted me the entire time since they've started, but Murphy's been around for a solid week. No, 3 days before Isamu came in. So, yeah, he's been around longer. He watched the outlaw that he was teamed up with get mauled. And I think it was by what was it that killed him? Was it Spearman? No, it wasn't. I just remember something just destroying him. But I was also not leveling those guys up at the time. I was just playing based off the card. So right now Murphy would definitely be a lot higher level than these characters. He'd probably be halfway to level. He'd probably be halfway to level 5 right now. But he's so close leveling. Anyway, everybody's activated. And again, I failed to do the initiative. So we're now at exploration phase. I did the healing, but I didn't do anything for him, did I? So I'm going to have him explore the room with his 46. And exploration time, we do find a clue, and we get 2 extra encounters on top of the encounter in this room. Let me see if I can find... Oh, this is the mine. If I don't have that card outright, I'm not going through that entire deck to find the advanced card. And what's the card called? Rusty Lever. You know, just by chance, I will take a look in this little deck that I picked up from that, because this is seriously like a small fraction of the mine encounter deck. It's huge. It's seriously this thick. Anyway, what's a mine card doing in here? That explains why we haven't been seeing anything in the mines for this one. That's a pretty awesome place, too. I think it's like a vampire ritual spot or something. No, it's a cinder ritual spot. What are we looking for again? Rusty. Yeah, Rusty. There's more cards in here. There's even more cards in here. What was I doing? Yep, Rusty Lever. I'm trying to do my best to separate all the advanced cards from the actual encounter deck, so that this way, when those tiles do come up, I can just pull out the card and do that instead of having to go through the entire deck and then reshuffle the whole thing again. Oh god. So we have the Rusty card. What are these? The mining lift and the vault. I should actually probably remove those for reasons. So we did find another room. So we go down the track one more. And we are, if we do make it to 0, it's the end of the mission and we failed. But the chances are Oh, if we keep finding hallways and passages, yeah, we might fail. So we'll do this, and then we got 2 random encounter cards, but we did find a clue token. Actually, first we do have to roll on that. So we found two clue tokens, so we're now at +4 to what we roll. If we roll an 8 plus, that's the end, and we found the layer. Not quite. That's a 7. I'm pretty sure the next room will give us what we're looking for. So, rusty lever. In the center of the room, the rail lines lead to a turntable and a rusted out lever. It looks like this was once used for directing the mine carts as they passed through. Choose, attempt to pull the lever, ignore it, and move on. I'm gonna attempt to pull it, but let's go ahead and read what everything does. Oh, and it's one hero of my choosing, so it's a strength. We're gonna have Murphy manhandle this thing with his 5 strength. He shouldn't have a problem doing this. And he has grit, right? He has 1 grit. We could re-roll. So, potions. I need to get potions. Now that everybody's got satchels and stuff, I can hold a lot of tokens. We're also missing tonics. The last town sucked. Anyway, the last town kind of sucked. It was a nice town, but kind of sucked. So we need to make a strength. One character of my choosing needs to make a strength 5 plus test. That's going to be Murphy. If successful, you hear a grinding noise, and the turntable begins to rotate. Gain 15 XP, and the hero may draw a scavenge card to see what is uncovered by the new rail path. Ignore it and move on. As you reach the far side of the room, you find an overturned minecart that has gone off the rails. Every hero may roll a d6. Any hero that rolls a 6 may draw a loot card. If no hero rolls a 6, move the darkness one space forward on the depth track. Yeah, I'm glad I went with the 5 plus because that could go really poorly. If all 4 of them fail, that's 2 darkness cards. Because we don't have that book anymore. So, rusty lever. So we need to have Murphy here do his. He's got a 5 strength, so he needs to make a 5d6 roll at 5 plus. He should get this. He got 1. Okay, so we got it. That was close. And each hero may draw a scavenge card to see what is uncovered in the scavenge cards do suck though. So there's that. The loot cards would have been sweet. But I just don't like the idea of the trade-off for the depth track, or the darkness going down the depth track. So here's the first one. This is for Enrique. He finds in the scavenge. Let's see what he gets. 10 XP and a gear card. All right, Enrique. Murphy did good. A regular... Tiles fell over. He finds a regular pistol. Range 6, shots 2. He's already got the same thing, regular pistols. He doesn't really need it. Yeah, just a standard pistol. Here, I'll put it over here so you all can see. That's what he comes with. But he also gets 10 XP. So Enrique, 10 XP. Next is Montana. I'm going to get some water here in a second. Of course she does. The horror hits. She gets 3 horror hits, so she needs to make 3d6 4 plus saves against these. Fails 2 of them. She gets 4 sanity damage. So she takes 4 sanity damage. But she does get 10 XP. I want her to level up so badly. Man. Next is is Samu. So because of Murphy's ability, he's getting 50 gold and 10 XP. Murphy's the man for finding money. And then finally, what does Murphy find? Oh no. I have an ability though. I haven't used it yet. Once per adventure, cancel a depth event or a darkness card. But let's see what the darkness card is first. It could be something that's useless. So let's go ahead and give Murphy 10 experience. And let's see if Murphy gains what we get for the darkness card. Oh, that's the Darkstone Hydra. Fueled by Darkstone. All mutant enemies are +1 initiative and +2 damage with their attack. Now, I can remove this later if I wanted to. It's just an ability that's like basically choose a darkness card and get rid of it. Wow. All enemies on the next threat card drawn gain the keyword mutant. Of course they do. That might actually be a good idea to get rid of that card because it is going to affect us. Yeah. Because the next combat. But then again, if they already have the mutant ability. Oh, actually, they would still get that +1 initiative and +2 damage. Might be wise to try to get rid of it. I need to roll a D6 3+. You can do it, Murphy. Because this is Murphy and his magical Norse traveling pants. Gives him the +1 movement, but also, once per adventure, cancel a depth event or darkness on a D6 roll of 3+. Come on. You can do it. Are you flipping kidding me? Does he have a grit? I might as well do it. I went this far. I'm spending the ability. I hate doing it, but Murph is going to re-roll it. 3+. Come on, Murph. Might have to reset my server for the dice roller. It is really slow, or my internet's being slow right now. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and reset it. That's what I'm going to do. No, my internet's just being slow. Or it might be the dice roller website. So we avoided that card. Whew, thank God. Okay, so we no longer have to worry about that darkness card, but we still have 2 encounters left to go. And let's see what happens. So here's the first one. Stalking in the dark. Something is out there, moving through the shadows. You can feel it watching. It's as though you are being stalked by an unseen evil in the dark. It's only a matter of time now before it strikes. Everybody needs to make a cunning 6+ test. Oh, this is a bad card. If successful, gain 25 XP. 6+? If successful, gain 25 XP as you keep an eye out in the shadows of the room. For each hero that failed the test, draw a Growing Dread card and add it to the stack. We've already got 4. I mean 2. We already got 2. Can I cancel this? No. I can't. We're not going to make it with Enrique's 1, Montana's 2, Isamu's 2, and Murphy's 2. We might be adding 4 Growing Dread cards to this stack already. So let's give this a try. Man. Okay. So, Enrique first, with his 1 cunning, he needs a 6+. Yeah, the dice roller's running really slow today. Okay, so he passed. I like them numbers. Nice job, Enrique. Next is Montana. She's got a 2. Again, we need 6+. We really could use those 6s. Why is the dice roller running slow today? Their server, I'm guessing. He does not get it. So that sucks. Next is Samu. Man. Yeah, it's not rolling anything. Of course, keys me with 2 5s. I'm going to exit out of this room. My rooms. And Shadows of Brimstone. I'm guessing the service is just a bit slow today, so we're up to 4 growing dread cards at this point, and finally Murphy. Yeah, I'm thinking the service is just slow today, or right now. Murphy doesn't get either, so we got 5 growing dread cards in the stack already. I'm beginning to think this is going to be one of those adventures that we're probably going to get to the boss fight and say nope. And I'm almost half tempted to say, let's just fail it before we even get to the boss room, because we're going to have to do those growing dread cards. And until we do the growing dread cards, when we reach that room and find out what we're fighting, those are going to beat the hell out of us. Already 5 of them. So the next encounter, Carrion Beetle Infestation. Small towers of sand and rock rise up from the cavern's floor here. Each has a series of small holes around the sides and tops. The sides and top. Something doesn't smell right. A random character has to make a luck 5+ test. So let's see who's going to make that 5+ test. Whoops, that's a D6. I need a D8. That is going to be Murphy. To which Murphy actually has a 4 luck. So, if successful, gain 25 XP as you quietly pass by the towers. If failed, you have disturbed the hive. Carrion beetles come... Oh, hold on a minute. Carrion beetles come swarming out of the sandy towers, filling the room, the floor, and walls like a black tide of carnage. Every hero immediately takes D6 hits that do 2 damage each and must pass Strength 5+ test or discard an item, side bag token, or Darkstone. We can get rid of some Darkstone, as it is eaten away by the beetles right before your eyes. Get out of my face. That is a bad card. So, Carrion Beetles. So we need to make... Okay, so 1 random player. We did it. It's going to be Murphy. Murphy has a 4, so all he needs is a 5+ on his left roll. He should be able to do this. He got it. So Murphy got it. He gained 25 experience. That's it. So Murph just gained an additional 25 experience. He is creeping up. And that is it for that room. And seeing as to what time it is, I'm probably... That's the exploration and all that. So we're done there. I'm going to go ahead and just do this. And I'm going to probably end the stream here, and we can pick this back up on Friday. And I think Saturday I'm going to start a new campaign. Maybe. We'll see what happens. I do want to see where these guys go, but I also want to try out some of the new factions. So, and there's some things I want to add to the stream. I definitely want to add those. I want to add tokens. So we'll go ahead and pause it here for now. We're at a good spot. We did the whole Back to Darkness. We did the encounters. And I am hungry, so I need to order some food. So what we're going to do is... I'll bring this back. So, again, thank you all for showing up. Thank you for the follows, the lurks, everything. Especially the support of the stream. because loves games. Thank you for the follow, and I don't know if you just joined me or joined us. It is the end of the stream. I'm kind of putting everything away right now, but we'll come back on Friday. I'm gonna try my best to start it as early as possible because I do want to make a big day of it, and I do kind of need to get some things done by the end of the day. So I'm trying to start it a little bit earlier than normal. We'll see what happens, but I normally end at around 8 o'clock uh, Central America time, but I'm trying my best to end it at around 6 o'clock Central America time because I got some things I need to get done, or need. There's some things I got to do Friday night. Um, but I will try to start it earlier. I'm gonna try hard to start it at afternoon 12 o'clock on Friday. If not, then the latest it'll start is 2. But if you're unfamiliar with what I'm doing, if you're just following, if you're unfamiliar with what I do here, I play a game called Shadows of Brimstone. It's basically a dungeon crawler with cowboys, feudal Japan mythology, like all this. There's like a whole bunch of stuff in this game, from a whole bunch of different sci-fi and fantasy uh, realms as well. It's a really really good time, and I'm trying my best to build it so that it's very cinematic for all of you to watch while playing. So when I'm doing the boring things like trying to look up rules and stuff, there's still plenty of stuff happening on the screen for you to be entertained, like the backgrounds and everything. And I hope it's working. Actually, from my here, it is working. Again, Cosmic, thank you so much for showing up. Mad Arts, everybody, like it's always great to have you here. Again, thank you for the support of the stream. Uh, I'm gonna go ahead and end it, and I'm gonna see if I can raid. Hold on 1 second here. There we go. Let's see if we can raid out. And of course, I'm doing this on my iPad. The app on the iPad's not giving me many options, so I'm gonna have to do this on PC. So let me pull up Twitch here. Let's see who we can raid out to today. Whoops. Go. Seen plenty of people so far. Stream manager. Okay. Board gamer Steph is playing. And they're playing. Well, they don't have anything set up right. Nothing set up in their title right now, but it says all games at this point. Who is this? Looks like they're playing Warhammer. There's a group, somebody, 312 Squadrons playing. I'm thinking it looks like a league game for a tabletop. Mark Magus is playing Scottish Country Fireworks. GM Dandy Drew is playing Catan. And what is this? Oh, Lord of the Rings, the card game. We might dive... War Machine. There's somebody playing War Machine. You know, we're gonna dive into. We're gonna go ahead and dive into who is this? D20 Woodworking. They're playing Lord of the Rings, the living card game. Nightmare Continues. Apparently, is what they got in the title. So we'll go ahead and raid into this. Again, thank you all so much for showing up. I hope you had a great. I hope you enjoyed the stream. And we're gonna call it a night. Thank you very much, and I'll see you on Friday. Take care.